think we're ready to get going. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Fairfield Board of Education to order for Tuesday, April 8th, 2014. Present is Mrs. Eileen Lou McCormick, Mr. John Convertito, Ms. Donna Carnell. Ms. Gerber will be joining us later. She has a family obligation at the moment. Myself, Philip Dwyer, Paul Fatterbean, Jennifer Maxon Kennelly, John Llewellyn, and Mark Patton. And we have two of our students here, Ethan King and Billy Motor. So if I could ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you would remain standing for a moment of silence as well. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think probably almost everybody in this room understands that Dr. Teitel is not in his normal seat because his son Jack, after a 4 or 5 month battle with an underlying kidney disease, lost that battle on Sunday night, and so Dr. Teitel is with his family, which is where he should be. So I'd ask for a moment of silence for Jack Teitel, a very engaging young man, and for Dr. Teitel and his family. Thank you. As has been our custom of recent, I'll ask unanimous consent to move the minutes to the end of the meeting so that we can have the student reports come up and go immediately into our business. With no objection, so ordered. Student reports. So who wishes to go first?
I think I'll take it.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Education. As we approach April break, there are several noteworthy and upcoming events as well as accomplishments in Fairfield Ludlow. A few weeks from now, on April 25th and April 26th, we will have our school musical, The Wizard of Oz. Also, all of our spring sports start tomorrow, Wednesday, April 9th. Last year, our baseball team had a rough start but came back and won 13 in a row, but fell short in the FCIAC semifinals. This year, with 8 returning seniors, we expect to come very far in the FCIAC tournament and to do very well this season. Both our boys and our girls lacrosse team, however, have the odds stacked against them in an everly increasing competitive league of the FCIAC. Both teams lost several seniors, but will compensate with many returning players hoping to win this year's championship. By the time we have our next meeting, most of our students will have made their college decisions, with most deposits being due on May 1st. Our student body is currently finishing their final work for the 3rd marking period, and from there, the focus will shift to making a very important decision for the senior class: picking which college to attend. Last week, our senior class also had a senior awards night where students dressed up and received awards ranging from most likely to become a corrupt politician to most likely to have a stress-induced heart attack before the age of 20. There is a great mix of serious awards, but there is also a great mix of serious awards and comedy and musical performances by members of our class. Overall, it was a great event for the senior class, and everyone who attended it enjoyed.
Also, last week our musical program went to a trip to perform in Walt Disney World, Florida. The music students got a great opportunity of playing in front of a huge crowd as well as enjoying their time in the warm weather in Orlando, Florida, which is hopefully coming our way very soon. Recently as well, myself and 3 others were chosen to compete in a Junior Achievement Titan game, which is a computer-simulated online business game, where our school competes with several other schools to become the most productive business and make the most profit. Our team, in a tight competitive competition, ended up in 1st place, and each member of our team received a $1,000 scholarship, which is very good. Recently as well, 6 of our students won state-level recognition for performance in their selective fields, and 4 of those 6 who won 1st place in their fields will go on to national-level races. For example, Liam Farrell blew everyone away and won 1st place for his performance on the piano. In conclusion, I would say it was a great few weeks for Fairfield Ludlow and for individuals at our school, and hopefully by next meeting, I'll be in a t-shirt and shorts with a little sunburn on my arms, and listing off some more great accomplishments for our school.
Thank you. Any questions for our representatives from Ludlow? So one of these days, when I invite you to feel free to stay through the whole meeting, you're actually going to stay. But we also know that you may have studies and other things to do, so feel free to stay as long as you wish and leave when you wish. On to the next agenda item, which is board and committee liaison reports. Do we have any comments from people who wish to make a report from their liaison? Okay, yes, please.
As everybody's aware, we've had many budget discussions from the Board of Selectmen as well as the Board of Finance. There was, I think, multiple meetings in the last few weeks, as well as basically a town hall where many, many people showed up for the budget, against the budget. I think many, many different opinions expressed, I think all taken very well. The Board of Finance was very graceful in listening to everybody have their say. And at the end of it, I believe the Board of Finance passed on or confirmed what the Board of Selectmen had approved and moved it forward now onto the RTM. I think of interesting note during all the discussions was, actually as it relates to us in the Board of Ed, was the focus on the healthcare accounts and the surprises that occurred there. And concern that, in fact, we would have enough of a reserve going forward, since typically, you know, I think they would have liked for us to have a multiple, like 2 times for the IBNR, and we, on a projected basis, are now basically down to a cushion of 0, which is, of course, of concern for the internal fund. And therefore, there were several different recommendations and suggestions that were made. I know First Selectman Tetro had recommended some movements with the $160,000 for the school security to help bolster the healthcare line. There is some discussion about whether the $500,000 that was proposed should be moved to the Board of Ed budget, or perhaps instead to be moved to the town budget, where it would then support the internal service fund. So we know that there's many different versions and ideas being thrown around to help supplement this deficit that we're experiencing, and clearly in these difficult times, a very important matter for the Board of Ed to address very seriously as we deliberate how we allocate the budget funds. And as it relates to school security, I guess we'll have to take under advisement Mr. Tetra's recommendation that we maybe delay that until non-recurring items can be bonded in the future, as opposed to including that as part of the current year's budget, so that we can then reserve the $160,000 to bolster the healthcare account. This is actually, I think, a pretty interesting series of events. We've had several surprises, but I think what's really nice to see is all the town bodies working together to try to find various resolutions to the issues that we have, everybody appreciating the importance of the education in this town. So we will look forward to hearing, I think, what the RTM has to say. And from there, I guess we'll step back in.
On that note, some of you may have tried to follow the bouncing ball of the $500,000. When the town sells a bond, they sometimes see excess revenue from that bond than what they were planning on. I won't go into the how does that happen, ask the Board of Finance that question, but it does from time to time. And the town has generally used those excess funds as a kind of a one-time bolstering of the balance sheet. The Board of Selectmen suggested that that bolstering of the balance sheet should be put on the Board of Ed's health insurance line. The Board of Finance felt that it should be put on the workers' comp line, which benefits both the town and the Board of Ed benefits. They happen to be actually in the same account, and so when you hear the term it was a wash, it just meant that it's in the same account. It still works to the benefit of both of us, just that it's on the workers' comp side and not on the Board of Ed health side. The board at the moment, if you've kept up, as Eileen just reported, we'll have 2 levels of decisions to make in May already. One is that the First Selectman, together with the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance, did reduce our budget request for program and services by $404,000. Yes, the number's $804,000, but 400 of it is just better bid and all the rest, by $404,000. Both bodies did recommend, well, the Board of Finance is the final recommending body, that said the $160,000 that we had put in our budget for security, they would ask us to designate that money to go into an additional deposit into the health fund. That's a decision that we'll have to make. We either follow their advice or we say, no, we've got a better idea and do it differently. So those two amounts, the 404 and the 160, are the total of budget adjustments that we already have to look at in May, pending, as Eileen has said, I'm sorry, Mrs. Lou McCormick has said, pending the RTM meeting, which did get postponed as a result of Dr. Title's loss. I'm going to say the definite, but I'll say it as the tentative rescheduled date, based on an email I saw this afternoon, will be April 23rd. I will defer until the RTM and the town clerk officially notices that as the official date, but at the moment I believe you can count on April 23rd, and I'm not sure exactly whether it'll be in this room or where it will be, but April 23rd is the target date for that. We have asked RTM members if they could to get questions in advance, because having put it off till April 23rd and their vote is May 5th gives very little time in between those two dates for the Board of Ed to reply to RTM members if they have additional research or questions that aren't all within our documents. So that's where we are.
Oh, and I have one more comment. This is actually, I forgot about this. It's an important, just an update for the Board of Ed members from the earlier meeting on March 27th for the Board of Finance. Just to kind of put what this IBNR shortfall is and what we're looking to do. I think Bob Mayer, who's the town CFO, had recommended that we needed to somehow budget back $2 million into that reserve, which is now collapsed to zero on a forecasted basis. And so we need to somehow find a way to refund $2 million back into that reserve, really for the good fiscal management of both the educational area of this town as well as the total town internal fund. So while he felt that the fact that we're down to zero doesn't mean that we're going to impact our rating for the town at all right now, it is a large concern, and it is not okay to just leave it alone at zero, that we must work over the next year or 2 years to build it back to where it belongs. And therefore, as we do our budgeting going forward, we all need to be cognizant of this hole that we additionally need to fill. So, thank you.
Medical insurance reserve is an hour conversation relative to all the ins and outs, which we have every December. So those of you who may have an interest in that, you can follow up and ask for more detail. Any other board and committee and liaison reports? Mr. Patton.
Just really quickly, I think it's the most recent SEPTA meeting, was another school security presentation by Chief McNamara. And the most interesting thing that came out of it, in my opinion, was there were all sorts of security issues for, a different section of students that I think the police department hadn't been thinking of necessarily before, in terms of the last year and a half or 2 years worth of things that have come up in terms of school security. The chief was very appreciative of all the new ideas that came out from at least probably 25 plus parents that were there. And there will be, I'm sure, future things to discuss in light of those conversations that will be added to the school security component. That's about it.
On security, if we do choose to move the $160,000 for the new board members and for the members of the public, there are 3 buckets of capital funds. Doreen, I apologize if that's not the proper accounting term. There are 3 buckets of capital funds, money that we put in our operating budget. That's where that 160 is. We also have a line that we refer to as non-reoccurring projects, generally under $1 million, and this year there were 3 projects in it. The Mill Hill roof is part of that bucket. And then there's a third bucket that the town operates on, is when we have a major project like a Fairfield Ludlow High School or Riverfield, Fairfield Woods, etc., then the town looks at a separate bond allocation for that. The first selectman has suggested a one-time 4th bucket, and that is to put forward a combined capital needs request to the RTM on behalf of the security of mostly the schools, but the public buildings that are in town. And so we won't have to wait till the next non-reoccurring, because the assumption is that the first selectman will put forward a capital request in this kind of special category. But if the RTM does not support that, then we may have to wait till the next non-reoccurring. So stay tuned. Any other committee or liaison report comments that people have, or any questions on our conversation? Hearing none. Superintendent's report, review of quarterly financial update through March 31st, 2014. Our Director of Finance.
Well, I guess I'm going to talk about the operating bucket. I'm going to focus on the projection sheet with the pink columns. It's the same format that you've seen before. This is updated through March 31st. I'm going to focus on columns 5 through 8. Column 5 is the June 30th projected balance as of February 28th. Column 6 are increases in expenses, which are negative, which is not a good thing. Column 7 are decreases in expenses, positives, which are a good thing. And then column 8 is the June 30 projected balance as of the end of March. Going down, columns 6 and 7 are the changes since February. The first one is the 5,300 is a minor change in wage and benefit. That's an actual calculation after the 2 settlements, the 2 contracts that were settled. There was an estimate in there before, so that's a more that's an actual number. There were additional turnover positions, so that's the 98,000. That's a additional savings. A minor change in an HR account. Collectively, the next 4 changes, which would be the positive 160, and then the negative, the next 3 columns are the negative 40, 40, and then 32. That's all special ed, and collectively, that's an improvement of approximately 50,000. Another minor change in security, record retention, supplies, copying, postage, transportation had some improvement, and then down further, the bottom line, some additional equipment repairs, which would a negative. So that brings us to column 8. The final bottom line is a deficit of 300,000. Somewhat of a change since the 470. It's improvement, but I do want to remind you that we have 3 more months left in the fiscal year. As I just mentioned, with the addition, the negative for repairs, all kinds of things can happen that are unexpected. We do have some maintenance issues, so you might have seen at Tomlinson, there's some horses cordoning off an area that because of a holding tank that needs to be replaced. We have a lot of potholes and curbing that are safety issues that we're looking at. So there's still things that can happen in the next 3 months. But that's where we're at right now, is at the end of March.
Anything further? Questions for the Director of Finance? Mr. Llewellyn?
I have questions, but they're not on that sheet. Are we going to?
Well, it's on the operating budget, so I'm not sure what you're, so yes, it should be on the operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So food service is here. That's part of operations, I would assume. Can you explain what
Food
his...
service budget is not part of our operating budget, as you know.
I know,
Yeah.
but it's on my table. So are we going to have a chance to talk about
Because
this?
Well, can I,
but
I
one
gave
moment.
that to you, it was just recently completed. I didn't
Right.
have a lot of time to review it. I would suggest that we wait another month. February is a very short month, a very few days, school days in February. I'd suggest we wait another month, have more information, and have a more complete picture of the program to have some, realistic discussion on the program.
From a high-level perspective, though, it looks as though the numbers have declined further. Is that true or not true?
Meals have improved, but like I said, it's a short month.
It's a short month, but it seems to be worse. Oh, we looked at its expense as well. It seems to be dropping down. What is our total due to medical retention? Do you know, please?
What's our what?
Total due to medical retention. Is that still at the former levels?
From the food service program?
Please.
I'll ask that that be the last question on food service. That's not part of tonight's agenda, and if you have individual questions, feel free to follow up with Ms. Munsell separately.
Oh, I did it before, previously.
Yeah.
I can't seem to find that page. I can get that for you, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the operating budget and where we are? Mr. Fattabine.
I guess I just have a quick question on the operating budget. If I understand this column 6 and 7 correctly, as well as columns 5 and then the resulting column 8, it looks like for the 1 month of February, we made a net progress in reducing the deficit of approximately $150,000. Is that accurate? In other words,
You mean of March?
as of March, yeah. In other words, that 1 month period.
Yeah, correct.
You know, we had the projected balance of, in the column 5, we had the projected balance as of February 28th, 14, of about $469,000, a deficit. On column 6, we had a bad experience, so to speak, and increased our expense, increased our expenses by 120, but had a corresponding decrease of expenses of 290, therefore the net difference being approximately, if I can add, about 150 or so.
169.
169. So that was the net difference in that 1 month period of reducing our deficit from 469 to approximately 300,000. So we're doing, you know, we're making progress of approximately 150,000 a month, so to speak, or $160,000 a month. I guess my question boils down to then, we have approximately, 3 months to go in the fiscal year. How confident and comfortable are you to reducing our deficit to 0 by the end of that fiscal year period?
I cannot give that guarantee. There's no way I can give you that guarantee.
I would
This is
certainly
probably
like
the-
a guarantee.
What's that?
Do you wish to make the guarantee?
No. But we may have to make a guarantee.
Let me comment. As you know, in terms of mitigating this deficit that started out at 1.4 as a result of the budget freeze and the deferral of costs to the next fiscal year, we had shaved this down, together with some good fortune around electricity and about a higher excess cost reimbursement amount. We had shaved it down to the 469 figure, which the Board of Finance said, we will cover that up to that amount, with the ladies and gentlemen agreement being, try and whittle it down as far as you can. But whatever the deficit is up to 469, the town has agreed that they would make us whole. But they won't make that decision until May or June, when they see what the real number is and what their circumstances are. But I believe the
Can I
staff's goal
comment on
is...
that?
No, but I believe the staff's goal is to
I
get this
understand
as
that.
small a number as possible.
Intentions are always nice. It's actions that we require.
Can I just, let me go through a list of some of the, to give you an idea of how painful this was. Of just the deferrals, we deferred classroom libraries, ELL materials, maintenance projects, tech equipment, replacement and repair of equipment whenever possible, some security expenses, digitizing microfilm records. We've depleted inventories of supplies, materials where possible, cleaning and maintenance supplies. Tom talks about going to the maintenance, building and there being bare bones there. So, this has been a concerted effort to do everything that we can to get down to, where as low as we can go. People have 3 more months to go, though, and we do need inventory. We do need supplies, so everyone's done a great job of trying to, be cooperative and meet the need, but I just don't know when something will come up down the road where they'll say, you just can't do it anymore.
Mr. Fattabine, do you have another comment?
I understand that. I understand it's difficult. My concern, which I think is a legitimate concern, is that we have to close out the end of the year without a deficit. And that's, in my mind, an absolute. So.
And mine also.
I agree it's a challenge and it's difficult, but we have to have a plan, at least put in place before 2 days before the end of the fiscal year, on how we're going to achieve that. And I get a little concerned when we're 3 months out and we don't know whether we can achieve that. So I want to know we can achieve that before we get that close to the end of the fiscal year, when it gets very, very difficult to do.
Yeah.
That's my concern. That's my, and I understand that the town bodies had indicated an intent to assist, and I certainly welcome that, and I think it is very nice. But we as a board, our concern is our own fiscal budget, and our own fiscal situation. And while we just have to be prepared to act so that we can provide our own fiscal responsibility.
So
We
so,
have to.
so that the public can be clear, the Board of Finance felt that they had 4 or 5 options on how to cover the $469,000. But they didn't want to choose that option and make a vote on that option at their March meeting. They wanted to wait until May, when they saw what our number was and what their numbers were. And not being able to get them to make the kind of vote that perhaps Mr. Fattabine was hopeful for, so that it was set in stone. I asked each one of them, the 3 members of the Board of Selectmen and the 9 members of the Board of Finance, if they would individually give our board some assurance from their table. All 12 of them spoke of their expectation, their plan, their commitment to cover up to the 469. So short of it being in writing and in blood and in a formal vote of minutes, I believe that the Board of Ed does have a plan that will lead to most assuredly a balanced bottom line, and it's just a question of how much will have to come from the town side up to the 469. Mr. Patton, did you have your, no, did you have, who was, were you next, or
You
was
can go first.
Mr. Llewellyn?
Yeah, actually, at the last meeting, I had made a motion to institute monthly reporting, and you'd said we would discuss it at this meeting, I believe. And I guess maybe I'll make a motion to put it on the next agenda, since
Yeah.
you're not prepared. So I'd like to make the motion to have that discussion at the next meeting.
That's not how we established the agenda, so I'll rule the motion out of order. I believe my response was that the financial reporting format and the timeliness of it is set by board policy, and so that request I will refer to the policy committee so that they can look at it. I would ask you to present to them what you think it should be, so that they can bring it back as a revision to the existing board policy.
So, Phil, in all the discussions,
Dwyer.
Mr. Dwyer, excuse me, in all of the discussions that were going on at the Board of Finance meeting, I heard over and over that there should be more frequent reporting to this board, because this board needs to take closer care of what's going on financially. So I'm not sure how we can say it's going to go to policy and take 3, 6, 12 months, I have no idea, to get back here so that we can then talk about it. I think that I would make the motion that it go on the next meeting, and if someone would like to second the motion, we can then take it to a vote.
Well,
So I
I'll
make the
move-
motion
I'll move the
to
motion
put it
out of
on.
order.
Can that be debated?
Let's debate that.
Yeah,
I'll
that-
move the...
Ruling of the chair can be debated?
I'll rule that the motion is out of order. Certainly, the board can overrule the chair by vote. And so if somebody wants to challenge the ruling of the chair, then make that motion.
How about a
and we
point
can
of order and a
debate it.
clarification of that ruling? There was a motion to, as I understood the motion, which I may be inaccurate, is to provide another financial report prior to the quarterly reporting required by the policy, or something that, if the effect was to provide a more updated financial report in a monthly basis, or more, we only have 3 months left in the fiscal year, 3 months the next quarter. So there was an effort, or my understanding, a motion to provide a financial update prior to that next quarterly review, according to the policy. I understand the policy. So what's the motion? The
so-
motion-
Yeah. So
What's
I
the
don't
motion?
believe that that's a point of order for a parliamentary procedure, but let me answer Paul's question to comment on it. Since this issue arose, we have had monthly financial reports and projections. Tonight's is an example of it. Next month, we will have another updated. So it's not as though we're not doing the monthly updates and reporting that I think this board wanted from the very beginning. What I am saying is that this board cannot change its policy by a motion that is brought forward without prior notice and without having the ability to refer that to the policy committee and have the policy committee come back with a recommendation. That has been our process, and that's why I say the motion would be out of order, because it would be changing policy with no notice. So that is my ruling. If somebody wishes to challenge the ruling, if not, we'll move on.
Mr. Dwyer, my motion
wish to
was to
challenge the
discuss, not, well, you've got to get the motion correct. My motion was to have a discussion at the next board meeting. It was not to change the policy.
And I'm referring that motion and that request to the policy committee, because that is the process that this board uses.
And again, point of order to the point of order. You can't make a motion for an item that is not on the agenda, that's not an action item. To add an item to an agenda, to make it an action item, requires a 2/3 vote of the board, which anybody can do. No, you tried to make a separate motion. You did not ask to add an item to an agenda.
So where we are is that the motion is out of order. We will not be considering it tonight. The issue, however, is not going to die. It will be referred to the
No, the
policy
issue won't
committee.
die.
And so, absent somebody putting forth a motion to overturn the rule of the chair, we will move on. Any other questions on the financial operating report?
Yeah.
Mrs. Lou McCormick.
I have to think about for a second whether I want to overturn that ruling, because to me, don't we have an obligation to be fiscally responsible? And if there's a sense by one of the Board of Ed members that he needs additional information in a year when we are in a deficit, and we are actually saying that we don't want additional reporting, that seems to me fiscally irresponsible to this
Excuse me.
board to choose to do that action. So I guess in thinking about that, I don't know about the technicalities of the law, but in the spirit of what our job is, I would have to say that I would have to overrule your ruling for the fact that I believe that it is fiscally responsible to actually have the discussion of requiring an interim report between now and the time that the budget concludes.
Yeah, we are providing a monthly updated financial report. It is not correct to say that we are not doing that, because we are doing that.
Well,
So
can I
that's
then
what we're
clarify
doing.
with Mr. Llewellyn what his motion is?
Is there a motion to challenge the rule of the chair?
Well, let me understand again what Mr. Llewellyn is proposing, because I want to understand what it is.
Mr. Dwyer, my motion
That's okay,
was...
through the chair.
My motion
Go on.
was to add it to the agenda. So, according to what was just said, I can do that.
Yeah. The bylaws say that the agenda is set by the chair and the superintendent, and I have, over the last several meetings, consulted both the vice chair and the secretary in establishing that agenda. That's what our bylaws say. The effect of that motion would essentially be to change our bylaws relative to the, so I'm ruling it out of order. Please, if somebody wants to challenge that, either say you wish to challenge the ruling of the chair, or we will move on. Okay.
Just point of clarification then. I thought there was a two-thirds as well.
In order to add an item to the agenda, it's two-thirds. Yes.
So I just made the motion to add to the agenda, so I'm not sure why I can't do that.
No, that's for tonight's meeting. So if you're confused. Any other questions directly on the operating budget quarterly report? Any other questions on the operating budget quarterly report? If not, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the approval of the high school grades 11-12 math curriculum. I'll remind people that we have actually two different motions, that we will be talking about the first motion, which is curriculum, and then we'll be talking about the second motion, which is the textbook recommendation. And so we have to act on each one of them separately. So I'll ask that the recommended motion be placed on the table, that the Board of Education approve the high school grades 11-12 math curriculum. Do I have a motion? Mr. Patton, do I have a second? Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Fattabine. Let me start, if the staff have any additional presentation. I would ask the board members to take the initial part of the conversation and ask fact-based questions as to getting whatever final clarification you need, and then once that's finished, we can get into a debate commentary to see where we stand. Dr. Boyce, do you have any presentation that you wish to make at this moment?
No, we don't have anything to add to our last presentation.
That's a combined answer. Okay. What questions do people have between the last meeting and this? And I know that some additional information has been sent out in response to people's questions. Where are we with questions?
I have one question, and I know it was asked by another board member, and I apologize if you've sent the answer, but I hadn't read my emails for this afternoon. Regarding the multivariable calculus, have we tried to see if we can get that, I don't know what you call it, certified, or so that you can get college credits, since it is a college course?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Right now, the colleges, we don't have a partnership with a college that can provide college credit for the multivariable. Would we like? Yes, we would. So based off of the information from my colleagues that I've discussed with at other area high schools, they also don't do the same thing. It's right now, it's not an option. Usually the avenue that we do go through for college credit is through the UConn ECE program, but they don't offer the multivariable as credit in terms of college.
And so we don't, are there other, I know like in Massachusetts, for example, just my sister's there, they offer like a Stanford online for credit. Do we have an alternative that we would offer the students in the event that they wanted to take the course for college credit, rather than having to take it again and pay for it in college?
I mean, we don't, I mean, to my knowledge, we don't have that avenue in terms of here in Connecticut, in terms of the offering of college credit. And I can only kind of comment on what the various options we've been provided. But to my knowledge right now, that avenue hasn't been there. Would we like to go down that avenue if that is available? Yes, we would. And we could explore that down the line. And if the College Board then comes out with something that could do that, then we would also continue to explore that, because I mean, would we want to offer another AP? Of course we would. But as of right now, we have not seen that avenue been provided to us.
Can I ask a follow-up on that related topic? I don't know whether you,
Me?
yeah, because you have the floor, that's why I'm asking. Okay.
Yes, you may.
I recall that our children did have college credit on a variety of courses they took. And so you're talking about this particular course does not have it. I don't know whether the word is some, several, or many of the AP courses you do get college credit for. Am I correct in that?
Right now in mathematics, so we only have really 3 options for the college credit through the College Board. We have our AB calculus, we have our BC calculus, and then we have our AP statistics. Those really, in terms of the math department, in terms of our courses, those are really the only options that we can provide through the College Board, because that's the only ones they really offer to us. But again, if the College Board were to make a decision on that, we would happily kind of go about that and maybe to kind of align the various curriculum to align to that AP
Thank
course.
you. Other questions? You still have the floor, so
So just, you said that you'd be open to that. So if in fact a student, found that there was an online course equivalent that they could take for credit, would the district entertain those as options?
Well, let me say a few things. When we offer credit through UConn, there's a very specific process we have to go through, because no college or university is going to allow one of our teachers to teach a course without vetting that teacher and approving the syllabus. So technically, when we offer credit through UConn, our teacher is an adjunct professor at UConn, because they want to control very tightly who's teaching it and what we're teaching. We normally have a teacher on staff who teaches multivariable, am I correct? Right. So I think we have to be very careful that we're not taking students away from a teacher who's physically present and replacing that teacher with an online option. We have to be very careful about how we approach that. I'd be more interested in finding out if there's a college or university in the state of Connecticut that would enter into a partnership with us, as I described it with UConn, so that we could offer that course and give college credit for it.
No, I completely agree. We have the resource here, but I'm just saying if the child has, 6 months or the year to take this course, they might want to be using it efficiently towards their future and get college credit for it, because that's also very expensive to finance a class. So if they were of that inkling to, say, find an online Stanford program, would we support them in the pursuit? And not every child may want to do that, but I'm trying to put the student first and thinking that in using their time, if they're going to bother taking this very difficult course, that they might want to try to get credit for it.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. I think we all agree that we would like to give the students credit.
My
It's a
question
matter
is,
of
would
how
we
we
be
go
open
about
to
doing
it?
it.
Yes.
I think we are open to exploring options, and we'd be glad to look into that.
Okay.
other
that was my
questions?
Ms. McCormick, can I
Was there
follow
a-
up on that?
Mr. Llewellyn
Thank
first,
you.
and then Mr. Patton.
Did the district used to have multivariable through Fairfield University, and when did that stop? I was under the understanding we did at one point.
To my knowledge, since I've been in the district as a teacher and also in this position, we've never offered that. So I can't speak to how many years ago. I've tried to talk to various experienced staff.
Careful.
To my knowledge, from what they told me, that we've never done that at this point. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Mr. Patton.
It was a separate question, wasn't a follow-up. So.
No, but are you done at the moment, or can we
Oh,
go
yeah,
on to Mr.
I'm
Patton?
done.
Okay,
Right,
Mr. Patton.
yes.
Actually, it was, and I couldn't, I thought maybe I tried again quickly here to download that email. I had problems myself. One of the questions Mr. Llewellyn asked in his list was in relation to math matriculation and the sciences. I remember this summer I had conversations with a couple of high school math teachers who shall remain nameless, with issues, where you're taking, where a student would take an AP, not so much chemistry, certainly physics was a big proponent, where, and certainly back when I remember being in honors physics way back, you need calculus for certain aspects of it, but you might have been on the the tour to be in honors sciences throughout, but maybe not in math. And at least one of the teachers said, well, sometimes they take a step back and they try and teach a bit of the math or a refresher or whatever, and to those students that might need it. And then one of the other teachers might have said, it's a big problem, and we're hoping that they'll deal with it when you come up, with the math revision program, which we're doing now. So, what has been done to that end?
That's actually a good question. Actually, I'm actually glad to talk. I'm actually a certified physics teacher myself, so that's the one thing I've always stressed. The math is, physics is dependent on the math, but a lot of times when we do the physics, I can't speak for the science program here specifically. We deal with an algebraic approach in terms of the physics. Using the algebra, especially the trigonometry, down when we get into the sine waves. So, especially when we took our revision, especially pushing a lot of the intro to trig down into the 32 to help that transition for those students when they really get into that physics. Well, along the way of adding into also the pre-calculus, which is vitally important in terms of the vectors and other different things, so they can be successful into the physics course. But that is the mathematical point of view towards that. We work in conjunction to make sure to help provide a curriculum that can support each other. That is one of our goals along the way.
Is physics the only course really where that has a major effect? Any of the?
I would say, in terms of the chemistry, the balancing of the equations, that's why that algebra, that completion of algebra is really needed before they go into the chemistry. I believe I can't speak for the science department, so that I can't really comment too specifically about that.
Mr. Patton, since we are on Math 1112, I'm curious as to how far you want to get into the science question, but please follow up if you have another follow-up.
Again, the concern is merely, when you're getting into the upper level sciences, sometimes if you haven't matriculated in math at the same level, you get into those sciences and then you can't do certain things because you don't have the math background. It's not that the student wouldn't be capable, but they haven't learned certain aspects of that yet. So it's been a concern in many communities for a long time, and seeing as how we're redoing the 11th and 12th grade math programs, I would have hoped that this would have been a good opportunity to address that.
Right. I did provide a link to the program of studies, the high school program of studies. And if you look in the science section, it does list the prerequisites for each science, either a prerequisite or co-requisite for each science course, and the math course is listed there. So we are aware of the links, and we do make certain requirements before students take the course. And the math and science departments do work closely together in that respect.
Okay. Mr. Llewellyn, before I get to you, let me see if there are other board members who have not spoken yet that want to say anything. One, two, Mr. Fattabine?
I want to sort of follow up on that.
Yeah, no, feel free. Yeah.
I still know if I know the answer. I guess my understanding is that, if I could simplify it, physics requires certain elements of calculus and differential equations to calculate certain things with respect to speed and acceleration, as among other things. So a person taking AP Physics who is on an advanced science track, so to speak, may have that need or background knowledge in calculus, or at least pre-calculus or something, in order to do those AP Physics programs. Is it possible now for a student that is not on a dedicated math AP program to be able to take some courses that's going to prepare him for his track on AP Physics? That's the real the question. Is the curriculum set up so that student is going to be successful in AP Physics, and the math is available to him so that he can be successful in AP Physics?
So when you designed the math course, did you take that into
Yeah, we always take that into consideration, but one of the aspects of AP Calculus, it's not calculus-based. It's more of algebraic-based, but if you get into the calculus, it just makes it a more of an efficient process to be able to do the physics. That's what really the purpose of Dutton comes in, and he was part of the aspect of developing the calculus. But that's in terms of, is AP Calculus necessary to do AP Physics? No, it's not. I can tell you that from my own experience. But the approach a lot of the physics takes is it's more of an algebraic approach, but calculus can be used to determine the various areas.
Let me make sure that if there are other board members who have not had a chance to speak before I go back to first Mr. Llewellyn and then Mrs. Lou McCormick. John, did you, Mr. Convertito? Ms. Carnell? I'm not sure yet. You're not sure yet? Ms. Maxon Cannelli? Okay. No? I'm not going to call on you because you just sat down. So I think Mr.
Sure.
Llewellyn and then Ms. Lou McCormick.
Actually, could you, at least after this meeting, provide us with that map from, because it sounds like more than one individual here has a concern about, are we mapping our sciences to our maths directly enough? I mean, it seems like at least 4 of us are asking the question, so it's got to be at least somewhat valid.
Yes, well, we'll give us a few days and we'll put that together.
Okay. And that's a map like the one that they gave for the math sequence. Do the similar thing, same thing for getting into the science, right?
For each science.
Okay, Mrs. Lou McCormick.
And so back on this pathways, now this has also triggered my memory on the other pathways discussion we were having, which is, I'm not sure why I'm so focused on this multivariable. I think it's because it's a progressive step for the district to be offering this, right? So in offering this, do we have a vision in which we are trying to prepare more and more of our students to be able to succeed and take this multivariable, which would then require us to be preparing them to take algebra earlier and earlier? So I see Anna Katai-Leonard and Walter Wakeman's response that they're preparing them to take, more kids to take algebra in 8th grade, but to be able to take the multivariable, we really need to also be looking to prepare more and more kids to be taking algebra in 7th grade and even 6th grade, kind of like some of our neighboring towns are doing. And I would imagine that with, the Common Core in Singapore math and all this really kind of deep thinking, that the kids would be more and more algebraically inclined earlier and earlier. So is that part of your thinking in offering these, is that the vision that we have in trying to bring more kids into these classes?
I would say our vision is to make sure that we have students challenged at the appropriate level and that we offer as many courses as we possibly can during their high school career. I think we will find with the changes in the elementary curriculum and the greater emphasis on algebra that have come about with the Common Core standards that more and more of our students will be ready for algebra at an earlier point than they have been. I think that's going to be a very natural progression. And I do believe in placing students where they're going to be successful and where they're ready to do the work. And so I think most likely over time, we will certainly see that happening. We've seen enrollments in our higher level math courses increase. And I just want to really stress the fact that it's really not a matter of progressing in middle school or you're out. I think for a lot of students, they don't realize, they don't get their acts together until a little bit later. They need to have the content base, but they also need to have the organizational skills and the focus that it takes to do well in higher levels of math, which is why some students might take a summer math course that would allow them to move ahead in the fall. We allow students to double up on some math courses in high school. Those are options that I think are very important for students who don't decide to pursue this path until a little bit later in life, and it's really important to have that flexibility as well.
I think that's wonderful. I mean, I think that's really helpful to have that additional flexibility, because in my mind, all I can think about is that in 10 years' time, there's going to be so many STEM jobs out there, and we need to have as many of these kids prepared, because not everybody is thinking that far ahead. And, if we can be a little more visionary and allow that flexibility as it dawns on kids and dawns on parents that you really have to get your math act together so that you can qualify for 60% of the new jobs that are getting out, I think that would be wonderful.
Before we go to the public, this is an item that we take public comment on. Let me ask if Ms. Carnell is ready. It was asked. Okay. So we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back for action. This is the time for public comment on the motion that is in front of us, which is approval of the high school grades 11, 12 math curriculum. Please step forward, state your name and address, and our rule, of course, is a 2-minute time limit. Do we have any comments that the public wish to make on this motion? I joke that you have an automatic pass, but you still have to give your name and address.
Suzanne Miska, 123 Rygate Road. I 11 and 12th curriculum in front of you. I looked at it, I reviewed it. 25 years on Wall Street. The only part of it that I still had a problem with was the financial algebra. I don't understand algebraic equations to opening up a checking account, so that just kind of surprised me. That one, unfortunately, I'm sorry, that's the only one that I kind of have a big question mark and I'm still not sold on. The other question that was raised as far as science coordination, yes, you do need to have the math requisite in order to take the class, i.e. my son is in honors biology but does not have the requisite math criteria going into chemistry, so he cannot take honors chemistry. He has to take the lower level chemistry so that they can compensate for the math piece that he doesn't have. My concern is the ability to move, as some members have mentioned, is not as easy as sometimes laid out. That there would be a need to move from a regular to an honors level course to have a summer program in order to do so. I know my son started in Math 6 and did very well, but because where Math 6 ends and where pre-algebra ends is a gap, in order to get him to that next level would have been a summer class in order to do it. So while I appreciate what everyone is saying, the ability to move is not as easy as everyone is outlining. So just keep that in mind. You know, the rest of the math curriculum seems to be fine. Unfortunately, just that one class I really have a problem with. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else that wish to make a comment on the math 11, 12 curriculum? Seeing nobody step forward, back to the board. Are there final comments before we take a vote? Mrs. Lou McCormick?
I have one question. I had a neighbor ask me to read something. I don't know if it's appropriate to read this now or at the end.
No, it isn't. We take letters from the public, and in order for the public to comment at a public meeting, they actually have to be present. So at the end on open board comment, if you want to reference that you encourage board members to read that letter, that is how we handle that. We don't read
well, I think
individual
they want. Well,
letters from the public.
Shall I pass it to someone then to read? I'll pass it to somebody in the public to read then, because I could just act as the public and read it for them.
So, other questions on this motion? Mr. Patton, Mrs. Maxon Cannelli.
Try not to harp on, again, the science issue, but in relation to, I guess, trigonometry 42 versus pre-cal, I guess 41 is the one I pulled out. In terms of, again, you know, just pushing my age here, you know, back in the day, you know, if you were on the regular college level track math, you would have had your fourth year of math would have been trigonometry. Mm-hmm. While we are offering that, it seems based on the chart of how many students, you know, are enrolled in that either currently or going forward is not very many. Or rather, I think was it sections, or no, that was students. So I guess I don't want to ask a general question and say what has changed, but in terms of it looks like in the pre-cal 42, you've got, let's say, about half the year. You know, is it literally compressing a year of trigonometry into half a year, and then the rest is kind of into the beginnings of calculus? You know, you've got your vectors and your limits and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the trigonometry course that the 42 compared to the 40 is like what you suggested, is that there's actually more content in there in terms of the trigonometry than the trigonometry 42. The purpose of adding this course was actually to provide these students with more access to these trigonometry concepts that they were not in. This was a couple of years ago that they were not being applied to before. So this was something that we wanted to help find. It's like a introduction to kind of as they prepare for college level mathematics when they go to as a senior. So
And was that, you're talking about the pre-cal 42?
the trigonometry for
I mean, the trigonometry 42. Were the changes that you made due to just the natural progression of where you wanted math to be going, or again, back to the sciences, was that a consideration?
I mean, it's always a consideration to help prepare students for other courses. Like I like the one when we mapped it out in our presentation is we always want to be supporting other areas in terms of the sciences. Remember that part of the presentation of if you were doing these types of courses, it would prepare you for other courses and careers. So I mean, it's always to kind of have these students access more of these topics that can really apply down the line, especially trigonometry. I mean, that's such a, to me, one of the most a really important topic of cycles and other different things that the phenomena that we see around us. So I mean, adding to that, it's kind of enhancing that from our curriculum that we had prior.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Anything else from the board? Mr. Llewellyn and
Sure,
then
thank you.
Mrs. Maxon Connelly.
Since we've changed the timing and the pacing of some of these courses, would you be willing to come back next year and kind of let us know how you feel that this whole thing has progressed and whether or not you feel as though we need to adjust the timing?
I mean, of course. I mean, we always that's always something that's like an annual review where we talk with teachers. How's it going? What do we need to adjust? Pacing is sometimes very fluid, especially we have not implemented these courses yet.
Right.
That's part of that review process year to year that we sit down and talk about teachers, what worked well, what didn't go well in terms of then what can we improve moving forward. Okay. So I mean, that's why the pacing in there is what we think it's going to be, but that's something that we will look at again year to year to year in terms of being able to improve the implementation of the course.
Okay, thank you.
In
Dr.
terms of
Boyce, sorry,
getting this
Phil,
on-
do you mind if I finish? And Dr. Boyce.
Let me just follow up on that for a second. In terms of getting this on the agenda, because those things get kind of planned in advance, when would you think would be a good time that you've had enough experience so that I could?
I mean, I think
for that
personally
time?
that we need a full year. I mean, at least I think, especially one of the things we'll plan is in terms of our implementation is we'll have some summer work. We actually sit down with some teachers to kind of readjust that. So I mean, it would have to be. We would need at least a full year cycle.
Spring 2015 at the end of the academic year.
Yes, because if
Mr. Llewellyn.
Well, actually, your question was a good parlay. So last year at this time, when the elementary curriculum was approved, there was that same commitment to come back and let us know a year later how that's going. Can we establish when that can be on the curriculum? Oh, sorry, the agenda. My apologies.
Yeah, let me work with staff, and I think the concept of the how are we doing a year later
Right.
is a valid concept. So
But
let me
with
work
everything
the
changing, I
staff
think so.
and figure out when that can get placed in on an agenda. Whether it's later this spring, that's going to be tough, but August or September, I think we can make it happen. We just have to figure out how to get it in there.
Okay, and I think my only comment there is if we can do it before people break for summer, that would then at least give feedback so that if they want to adjust for the next academic year, we're able to do that. If we wait till fall, then we've lost that ability to adjust.
Okay. Mrs. Maxon Connelly, you wanted to make a final comment?
Could I make a comment on
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry, Dr. Boyce.
I
My
understand
apologies.
I understand your point, but normally we bring the teachers together during the summer to have that conversation. And I think teachers have to be part of that conversation. So it's to present to the board before we've had the chance to talk to the teachers might be difficult. So I'd just like you to please consider that.
Be aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Maxon Connelly.
Just one brief comment, and first I'd like to thank my fellow board members for the questions that they sent in, which either anticipated mine or gave rise to great information. So those board members who submitted them, thank you, because they were very comprehensive. I just want to follow up because I had asked questions earlier regarding the financial algebra. So I just want to say again that the course is, I think, brilliantly designed for what it is intended to do. So, understanding that from my former role as an athletic director, and again, the chance to keep kids in there for another year of math, I just, personally soundly endorse the course for that reason, but certainly understand why questions were raised about it.
Mr. Fattabine, anything final that you wish to say?
No.
Ms. Carnell?
I just want to make sure, I also agree that I think the financial algebra course is a great course. I think I wish it was one that I was taught in high school. But if I remember, and forgive me if I'm confusing, weren't we also offering a course in the 8th or 9th grade that was similar to this course?
It's a business course.
Oh, not in 8th, but in the business curriculum? Yeah. Right. The short story of that is there was a course that personal financial, was that the right name of it?
Personal finance.
Personal finance, that was offered in both departments. And because we wanted to offer an option for students to take a third year of math in a course that was NCAA compliant, we actually took that course and created 2 versions of it. You heard about it in the business department. Financial literacy is what they call it, which is not math-based, and then this course, which is math-based. So that's how these 2 came to be.
So just to clarify then, they're in different departments? Yes. Okay, so they have maybe some overlap, but mostly different.
Some, but a very different focus, and one provides math credit for the student and the other provides business credit for the student.
Thank you.
Mr. Convertito, anything final? Mrs. Lou McCormick?
I guess one other question. Did we ever consider, because it seems like this is more of an applied math type of course, right? Have we ever just considered, instead of offering a separate course, that we would just incorporate these within the math itself as real life applications within the teaching of the concept?
I think that's a common practice teachers do all the time in terms of trying to apply the math, not just to the straight abstract.
Right.
We're always applying. So, for example, when you're working on quadratics, maximizing your profit, that always incorporating those straight from an abstract up into in terms of application abroad. So, I mean, I think that's always in any course that we always want to do.
So then, who is this geared towards? Because then it seems as if the kids who take the standard math tracks are getting this anyways. So who is it that we're anticipating is going to take this financial algebra?
We have some students whose strength is not math, and although we try very hard to get them through Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2, there are times when they do struggle in Algebra 2. And so we'd like to give them an option for a third math credit that would meet the requirements because it's based on Algebra 1, but allow them to get more into the application side of it than the algebra side of it. And there may also be other students who are very interested in the application side of it and want to take a course that is just all application. So we're trying to meet the needs of a range of students, because not all of our students are going to go all the way through the whole math sequence of courses.
So would this be in lieu, or is this a follow-on to Algebra 2? Would you
It could be
envision?
it could be either. It could be a student who struggled in Algebra 2 and passed, but wants to take another math course to strengthen the algebra skills and also start learning the applications, would be a very good candidate for this course.
Okay, but everyone's required to take Algebra 2 now by the end, or no? Is it yes?
3, is it 3 credits?
Just all students need 3 years of math. in
Oh,
terms
just 3 years of
there's
math.
That's per board policy.
Oh, I thought Common Core required them to go all the way through Algebra 2 at this point. No.
No, in terms of board policy for graduation, it's 3 years of math. That's what's on the books.
Oh, interesting.
Thank you. If the board is ready to take action, I'll put the motion forward that the Board of Education approve the high school grades 11, 12 math curriculum. All in favor, raise your hand. We have unanimous. So we do have the second motion that we have to deal with, and so I think I'll wait for the second motion before I thank the staff for all the work they've done to bring this forward. There is a recommendation for a new resource textbook, and so the recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve the Glencoe Pre-Calculus Common Core Edition text as outlined in the February 14th, 2014 memo from Dr. Boyce. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber? And Mr. Patton seconds it. Do we have conversation and questions? Again, questions of fact first, and then questions of commentary later. Questions on the textbook? Questions on the textbook? Ms. Carnell, followed by Mrs. Lou McCormick.
I'm not familiar with the book at all, so this is not, Just out of curiosity, did you look at a variety of books? Because the Common Core is so new that who's smart enough to get that printing done?
Yes, that's a great question. We actually started off with a very broad approach where we actually had a teacher committee kind of look at as a whole variety. Then from there, they recommended 3 books for presentation. And from there, from the teachers were very excited about the use of the Glencoe Common Core textbook for the pre-calc 40 and 41.
Okay. Mrs. Lou McCormick, you got a question?
I have to go here because I was at the meeting. So I get it. I mean, this Glencoe book is good. It has Alex. Everybody loves Alex. I think it's very powerful. But again, I go back to our number one thing has been rigor in this district, and why aren't we looking at the Stuart Larson rendition for the higher level of pre-calc? And again, just to be clear, pre-calc is not part of the Common Core. It goes beyond the Common Core. So being compliant with the Common Core is not a requirement for the pre-calc book. So again, I go back to rigor and acknowledging that the Stuart Larson book is the prequel to the calculus book that they will be using either here in Fairfield or at a college, because it is the generally accepted calculus book. It's like the Bible of calculus. So again, I would go back and ask, not that the Glencoe book is not good, and I think it would be fine for everyone to use, but I'd like to know kind of from a cost perspective, if we had onboarded the Stuart Larson book for the, I can't remember which section, the 41 or the 40, the higher
It'd
section.
be for the pre-calc 41.
Yeah, the 41. Would there have been a cost differential?
I don't have that information on me right now, so I can't answer that question.
So you didn't know the cost of the 2 texts?
No, based off of the recommendation from the teachers, that was that's what the quote that we received from the vendor.
So you hadn't considered, because there was one teacher, the one teacher that had taught calculus before, had in fact said that he thought it would be a good idea to actually do the Stuart, and he was the only one who had taught calculus before. So for those students who are going on to take calculus, I would have thought that that feedback would have been very valuable, and I would have hoped that we would have at least pursued and investigated it before we pushed it to the side. So, you know, just from a cost perspective, I would have liked to have known that if we had onboarded the text that was deemed to be more rigorous and would prepare the kids better for calculus, if there really would have been a cost differential or not. Because if there wasn't one, then, again, I would have to go back and say, then why aren't we considering it?
And perhaps I could clarify. It's not that cost is not a consideration, but is it fair for me to say that your committee said, no, let's pick the text that our teachers want, and we're not going to do it based on whether one's more expensive or less expensive?
That is correct.
Okay. And was that textbook one of the textbooks that the committee looked at?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, no,
And then chose the other one?
Well, my feedback was that not all teachers had the same opinion.
Yeah.
So it
Right.
wasn't as if it was a unanimous opinion. There was discussion and debate, as there always is.
I mean, our review wasn't just those teachers that were on that committee. We actually expanded it out. I mean, and it was clear cut that all the pre-calculus teachers were in favor of going forward with that textbook.
But again, my question, I guess, during the tech session was, what did the calculus teachers think? If the calculus teachers could teach the pre-calc, right, could teach the students to prepare for their calculus class, which text would they have said would most well prepare their kids to take the calculus class?
I can't answer hypotheticals. I mean,
No, I know, but that was why I relied upon the teacher who actually taught calculus before, and that was his response.
But this is the recommendation of the majority of the teachers. This is Fairfield, hope springs eternal, that someday we would have a unanimous opinion within the town on a particular issue. Any other final comments on the textbook? Any other final comments on the textbook? We'll now go to the public for public comment on the textbook motion. So is there public that wishes to talk on the textbook motion that is in front of us? Hearing none, back to the board. Are we ready for a vote? We're ready for a vote. So therefore, the motion in front of you is that the Board of Education approve the Glencoe Pre-Calculus Common Core Edition text as outlined in the February 14th, 2014 memo from Dr. Boyce. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Convertito, Ms. Carnell, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Fattabine, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Pattern, all opposed. Mrs. Lou McCormick and Mr. Llewellyn. The motion passes 7-2. So now I will offer my thanks from the board to the two of you. The two of you have to sit through some very difficult questioning, which shows that the board is engaged in this decision. But also the two of you, please pass on to all of the staff engaged in this our appreciation for the work that they do in bringing it to this point and the work that they will do over the summer to make sure they're ready for the students in September.
Thank you.
On to the wellness policy from the policy committee. I believe this is Mrs. Maxon Kennelly's agenda item. Okay, so the recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve policy number 5519, students-wellness. This was distributed at the last meeting, and so it should be part of your materials from the last meeting so that you can put it in front of you. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Maxon Kennelly. And Mr. Convertito seconds it? He beats you to it, okay. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, do you have any comments that you wish to make?
The only comment I have relates to questions that the board members have asked, because I have not received any questions in the meantime, and so I know I can't recall if it was Mr. Llewellyn or Mrs. Lou McCormick who raised the issue regarding instructional time, and now I'm trying to find which one. We did get that information, so I don't know if you had any additional questions having received that. And I'm trying to find.
I apologize. I totally missed your response.
It wasn't. It came in a Friday packet.
Oh, it came in a Friday.
It was not your response, it was the staff's response.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It was, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the packet. Actually, these packets aren't dated. Mine are all mixed together.
On the
It was.
front sheet.
It was a thin packet. Sorry, the April 4th Friday packet. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Fattabine.
So perhaps if there are other comments that you want to make while Mrs. Lou McCormick finds it, to see if there's anything that she wants to ask related to it.
No, I got it. So I don't have any other comments because I don't have anything to react to regarding board comments. So again, that was the one thing that was raised at that issue, and other than that, I haven't received any other feedback.
So
Yes.
while you have are you ready
Yes,
to ask your
this is jogging my memory.
question?
Yes.
Okay.
So the question was regarding the number of hours, was it health? That were
Yes.
related to health?
Yep.
And that the Connecticut average had been like 22, and we are 22, 25, and we allocate 30 to 33. And the only reason that I raise it as a concern is because there's limited numbers of hours in a year to teach. And is it appropriate that we should be taking those hours away from, something like mathematics, which we understand and have just gone through a huge discussion about how vastly important that is in the new STEM world that we're entering, when we in Fairfield allocate 164 or 129, depending on the grade, relative to a Connecticut average of closer to 200 in elementary school, or 160 in grade 8. So we're dramatically below on these key STEM-type topics, and I'll again point to items like science, where the Connecticut state average is 95 in grade 5, and we allocate 75, or 144 in grade 8, and we allocate only 129. Is this board doing the responsible thing by over-allocating in health education and under-allocating in math and the sciences?
I'm trying to find the part in the policy 5519 where there are the hours that are, the minutes that are attributed to phys ed and to the recess time and lunch time. I'm not finding in this policy.
So for example, I know on the recess time, we underallocate relative to a lot of other districts, because I looked at the strategic profiles. We allocate 20 minutes, and other districts allocate 25 to 30 minutes. So I know that that's not an overage that we have. So I'm not sure what else that can be accounted for. I also know in physical education, we actually underallocate relative to other towns. So it can't be that either. The other towns on average are at 40 or, yeah, over 40, and we allocate 36. Well, we underallocate on phys ed, we underallocate on math, we underallocate on lunch, recess, we underallocate on science. So to me, these are all really important, particularly in the elementary years, because they prepare you for the later years. And yet we over-allocate in something like health education. Not that health education isn't really important, but I feel that we get a lot of it. We are bombarded on TV, the government is all over health education. I think the kids get it. Parents are on board. Everyone's feeding the kids fruit, veggies. I mean, we've changed our whole menu. Do we really need to take hours away from valuable academic programs?
And to that, I'd say two things. First, keep in mind before we start talking about taking health and adding it to math and science, which I think sounds wonderful, we also now have to, in 5th grade, put music time back in. So if we're pulling from health, that might be one of the first places it's going to have to go, since we approved the money to add music time during a week. But to that point, I did find where the health minutes were, and it's on page 1 of the policy with the first bullet point. And I'm not sure that this... I think what the topic you raise is extremely important in terms of how we allocate our time. I don't think it has an impact on this policy per se, since we are clearly not coming towards, we are striving to meet, which is what our policy says, but in fact, they are not receiving the 50 hours a year of comprehensive health education in pre-K through 4 and grades 5 through 12, 80 hours. Those are goals striving to meet, but in fact, right now, we are allocating time away from what's a recommended time.
So can we be more concrete and actually lower the number of hours, which would then free up hours to allocate towards something else, so it's not vague?
I'm not saying that we can't. I don't actually think we need this policy to do that. I think that would be handled elsewhere, since...
Well, I would say it's difficult this is an opportunity for the board to enforce a reallocation of time if we feel it's important. By not taking this opportunity, we again leave it at the discretion of whenever it becomes convenient for whoever the powers may be to reallocate the hours of time. I don't know if that's building by building. I don't know if that's, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This is a way for us to create policy to say we as a board believe that we need to allocate more time towards other academic areas, and we will do so by making a statement that we will limit this allocation to X.
And I think Mrs. Maxon Kennelly's comment is that changing the number in this policy won't necessarily set that kind of direction. That might be a conversation that we need to take in a variety of ways, but just changing these particular numbers won't have that impact at the moment.
But it can, because we can just merely say that we shall not allocate more than the average of Connecticut State, and then that's it. It's done.
Okay. Other questions and comments that board members have? Mr. Convertito.
First of all, I'm leery to change a policy based on a Connecticut state average, that we do more than a state average, and we should somehow reduce it to the state average. I don't understand how this whole topic fits into the wellness policy, other than the amount allotted for health classes. If we want to have a whole discussion on how we're allotting time and so forth, then I think that's a valid discussion and so forth, but I don't see how that, how reducing our health class time to the state average without knowing what that impact is relative to the conversation.
Thank you. Other comments that board members wish to make on the policy? This is a item that goes to the public, so see where we are with comments, and then I'll go to the public. Any comments that people wish to make, questions that they have? Mr. Patton?
Can't remember if I asked this last month or not, but under the school meals, other school food and beverages on, I guess, page 3, this was really just a grammatical thing that was changed, but I'm curious.
I asked you for those grammar changes ahead of time.
Yes, I know, and I looked at my notes here, and I just went, oh, no, I never sent her the grammar changes. So I'm going to apologize for that ahead of time. That's not my question, though. My question is, the district shall provide the opportunity for food service staff to engage in professional development. And my question is if this statement is still in the policy yet, and not to bring up the food service issue again, but if we do outsource the food service.
We are outsourcing.
Well,
the
okay.
food service, yes.
But it's out for RFP, so, we haven't gotten that information back. I'm not saying anything yet. How does that work? In other words, if we're providing opportunity for the food service staff to engage in professional development, but we are not technically responsible for that food service staff, do we still have to do that through this policy?
Without getting into the details of the RFP for the food service provider, the RFP requires the eventual vendor to comply with board policy, the health nutrition policy, and so they have to operate the food service according to our policies.
Okay.
And that's an overall statement rather than saying here's exactly where it is in the document, but yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Other final comments that people wish to make before I go to the public? Ms. Carnell.
We're just laughing because we're on the policy committee and we can't find the policy. But I guess this is the question, and it's more, I guess, getting into a little more detail about what was stated previously. I think the question we're trying to understand, if we pass this policy as is, that does allot a certain amount of hours for health. I think this was to clarify it. When and if can we go back to this and say, maybe we'd like to change the way the hours are allocated? If you understand what I'm saying.
Let me ask the interim, the deputy superintendent who is filling in for Dave at the moment.
Thank you. I think.
Is my question clear? Because I know.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I think this particular policy doesn't necessarily set schedules, and I think what is a little bit confusing in this policy is that in elementary school, health is not necessarily a discrete subject like you would imagine it in middle and high school. It's not like everything else stops in health. There are times when that is done. Some of the health is taught in physical ed class. Some of the health is taught in reading. There's a focus on nutrition. So this policy is about ensuring that we provide a wellness program for the students. So there are many ways, and in the policy we're simply saying that 50 hours a year would be devoted to teaching kids about wellness, whether it's in terms of exercise or nutrition. It's not necessarily a discrete subject that's taken away from other subjects.
And that's a strive to that number, not a must do that number. Did that answer your question? Yes, it did. Where are we from board discussion? Mr. Fattabine.
Give you some of my thoughts. Well, first, I have a question whether or not the amendments to this policy, were they driven by some statutory requirements where there's some need to pass this policy to comply with a statute?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Want me to repeat that?
Please.
The question was whether or not the amendments to this policy were driven by statutory requirements, in which case to make these amendments put us in compliance with the state statute. And the answer, I believe, was?
So that's your first question.
That's my first question.
Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, do you want to answer that question?
The state statute and becoming compliant with that was what brought it to the agenda in the first place, and the best way I can answer that is the bulk of the red, yes. I mean, absolutely, the state statute did not require us to take away the capitalization on participation. That's a,
No,
I'm
the substantive
I'm just taking your question quite literally, but absolutely, the substance of it, there was nothing put in here that was not directed by the state statute. We did not take on more than that.
All right.
You have another question?
Well, I guess my comment would be then that certainly I think that, that there is a need to pass the policy to put us in compliance with state statute. There is also a legitimate discussion, I believe, on whether what number of hours we should strive for as a policy for certain different academic areas. And as a, which the board should set policy and direction, and this policy does set policy and direction. One is to comply with state statute. One is to strive to meet certain hours of academic study. But I'm concerned about the discussion one should have with respect to how that time is allocated, because time is finite. So I would like to have that discussion, maybe not tonight, but at some point. So I would propose that, we pass this amendments to the policy to put in compliance with state statute with this sort of gentleman's understanding that maybe a discussion as to how we allocate time during the day with certain disciplines and what the sense is of the body of the board to go in what direction, so we can strive to meet those allocation of times the boards may.
I've understood that as an interest of the board, and I'll, work toward getting it into an agenda at an appropriate time and work with the staff accordingly. And we have 4 out of 9, so I'll say it's kind of a ladies and gentlemen understanding. Mrs. Lou McCormick,
I
Mr.
guess
Convertito, and then if I can go to the public and then come back to the board.
So through you to Mr. Fatamine, I guess my question is, if we do that path, and this is always my concern, which I would like to have a full discussion on this topic, does that then mean that we then need to redo the policy again, each individual policy, and does that whole process then become incredibly cumbersome when this particular health issue is before us already? Can we at least address one issue rather than tackling the entire hours of instruction, which will then again, possibly all the hours will again get waylaid for another year, 2 years? I guess that is my concern. Though I understand the intent to address them all together, I almost feel that sometimes tackling one small piece at a time can be more efficient than trying to tackle the whole thing at once.
I have a separate question to Dr. Parks through the chair. And this is because it is a big policy manual, and I have by no means read it all at this point. Is it even a policy, the setting of curriculum instructional hours, or is that something that is handled, for example, through implementation manual of a curriculum when the board approves it? In other words, I'm not sure that policy is I understand your question. I don't want to send us down the road of making this a policy issue if it doesn't exist, and so we're wasting time on that. If it's an issue that needs to come up, I want to pursue it the proper way, and I don't know that it's a policy issue.
Please do.
Actually, no, we don't have a policy that delineates the number of hours of instruction in content areas. This section of the policy that we're looking at, it was and still exists a recommendation from the state that we have 50 hours. So the chart that you have, this thing, is from strategic school profiles, which have not been requested by the state since the 2010-11 school year. So that's what these numbers reflect. And those are the averages of all the districts across the state. It's not a state recommendation. But when the state was really focusing on wellness and teaching children wellness, they made a recommendation that 50 hours a year be taught in comprehensive health education in grades pre-K through 4, and 80 hours in grades 5 to 12. And so when this policy was written, the writers of the policy wanted to include that the district would strive to do that to meet the state recommended amounts of time in health, because it is the wellness policy.
And I would think that because the word strive to meet is in there, that if any change was made in the future, we probably wouldn't have to adjust this policy unless the decision was to go above these numbers. But can I have that be the final comment so I can get to the public?
I didn't finish my comment. I didn't get to
please.
finish my...
Yeah, please.
Okay. So my take is that this was back when these were dated, and I would say that it would be in our interest to update the policies to reflect where we are currently and whether we need to encourage as many hours within the classroom, given that, because I did look at the comparable towns around Fairfield so that we would have a sense of comparison and we're not in isolation. Southern Fairfield, well, I can give you the names of each of the towns, or I can tell you separately, but one of them had 18 hours, 8 hours, 20 hours, 18 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours, 2 hours, and then the one that was above was 36. Only one other town around us has more hours than us at 36 hours. So in perspective, I would say that we have done in this town a fabulous job of educating in health, and I would say that we don't need to necessarily encourage, but I think we have actually fallen short on our allocation, given where we are now. Probably when these were first set, STEM has become so much more important, and now we've under-allocated in those areas. And I think we need to, as a board, use the policies to help direct those shifts and encourage that, and there should be backing, you know, through policy, through administration, through everything. We need to send a visionary kind of format through, and I would warn that we not take too long to do it because other towns have done it already.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to the public and then back to the board for action, if I may. This is a motion that is open to public comment, and that is the Board of Education approved policy 5519, students-wellness. Do we have any comments from the public? If so, step forward, state your name and address. It's a policy on wellness. Somebody wants the exercise to step forward, right? Okay, if not, we're back to the board. Is the board ready for action?
Just one,
Go ahead,
just one
please.
final comment. Again, I hear everything you're saying. I would never want to put in a definitive number without having actually asked the staff about it. Again, I'm completely on board with what you're saying. I would just want to make sure that we're doing it the right way and that we have the right input and that there is a big vision for how that day is spent. And so, lacking that, I wouldn't want to make the amendment to this policy per se, not because I disagree with a word you said. I just don't think that this is that this wellness policy is the place to make that curriculum and instructional decision. And again, if we create a policy, I agree with Mr. Dwyer's point, we wouldn't actually even have to change this phrasing here. But again, absolutely worthwhile topic. I just don't think that this is the place for it. And again, especially without having had any input from staff or any big vision for how we want those elementary school weeks or high school weeks to look. And of course, we are looking at changing the high school schedule as well eventually, and so those hours will change as well, and that still won't necessarily have to involve a change here.
So, I'll reiterate Mr. Fatterbean's comment that this is on my list of we need to get this into some future agenda discussion to talk about the total so that those who favor health and education will have an opportunity to come and express their viewpoint, and those who favor STEM and music and art and all the others that is the balancing act between all of these. If we're ready for a vote, I will ask the board that the Board of Education approve policy 5519 students-wellness. All in favor, raise your hand. We have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. 9-0. Establish date and time of Fairfield Ludlow High School and Fairfield Ward High School graduation. That the recommended motion is that the Board of Education establish June 18th at 6 p.m. as the date and time of graduation for Fairfield Ludlow High School and Fairfield Ward High School class of 2014. Do I have a motion? Mr. Convertito? Mrs. Gerber? Do we have discussion? We have discussion. Ms. Carnell.
Thank you. Just want to clarify to make sure we're all in agreement that that is scheduled now to be the last day of class, just because I know it's been moved. That's what I want to just clarify, because of all the snow days we had. The 18th, he says it's the 20th.
Let me turn to our HR director, and you believe that that's a correct statement? Okay, what we're voting on is just the date of graduation, but yes, the
But I think it's
representation
important
is
to
that
clarify
that
for
it's
the
the last day of
people,
school.
what is the last day? Assuming nothing, shh, don't say that loud. Or any other act of God.
Yeah.
It is the 18th. Yeah, so you want to make graduation the last day.
Any comments from the public regarding another snowstorm are out of order? Any other comments on this particular motion? Hearing none, go to the public for any comments on the high school graduation motion to set June 18th at 6 p.m. as the graduation date. Oh, okay, you're leaving, not coming forward. Okay, back to the board. Are we ready for action? No further comments. All in favor of the motion to set June 18th as the graduation date, raise your hand. We have a unanimous vote, 9-0. Thank you very much. This was much easier than the last year's discussion. Presentation and submission of approval of the teacher evaluation plan. The recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve the submission of the Fairfield Teacher Evaluation Plan to the Connecticut State Department of Education. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber? Mr. Convertito? Let me make one comment, and then I'll ask Mrs. Parks if she has any comment, or the HR, no, to HR. As you know, the state first decided that the board did not have to approve the teacher evaluation plan that was submitted. Then they decided we did have to. And as a result of making that decision, and we voted the original plan, every time the state wants to tweak it with a suggested change that goes through our staff committee, then that tweak, if that's not the technical term, then has to come back before this body. So that's why it appears on this agenda from time to time, because the state is working with local school districts and tweaking the original decision. I'm sorry if I stole half of your thunder, but I'm sure you have more to say.
Any questions? That's right. What has to happen, you'll notice the language on the motion tonight is for you to approve submission to the Board of Education. You cannot adopt this until the State Department of Education reviews our plan to make sure that we have adhered to all the guidelines that exist for teacher evaluation. So the process is I will review anything you'd like me to review. I'm going to do a quick summary tonight and then respond to any questions you have. Once you give us the okay, we approve the motion that we can submit it to the state, it gets submitted, they approve it, they either tell us we have to revise, we missed something, we have to change something, whatever, and then we would come back to you with the revised plan for your approval at that time and to adopt it.
So even if there is no change at the state level, it'll still come back to us for final approval?
Yes.
Thank you.
It would need to be adopted through this board.
Okay. Mr. Convertitto and Mr. Patton and Mr. Llewellyn and Ms. Carnell, but I won't remember that order, so help me out. Mr. Convertitto.
Excuse me, through the chair. This is the same document that the previous board reviewed at this table with these changes that you have listed.
Correct. Right. I highlighted everything on the document that you have in front of you that are those changes. I was going to give you a little preliminary of where we are on the state's perspective. 5 minutes?
Because I remember asking last year, do we have to approve this? And the answer was no, and now it's back for us for approval or approval to submit rather than approval.
Correct. Well, last year it was the same thing, approval to submit, and it seems like we're always at the mercy of the state decisions, so.
But this is the same document that we reviewed with these bullet point changes?
Correct.
Okay. The previous board, not everybody at this table.
And it has been revised one other time. This is the second revision, if I recall?
This would be the second revision, you're
Yeah.
correct. We had some changes to make
Yeah,
to it after we submitted it to the state.
So I think it was Mr. Patton, Mr. Llewellyn, and Ms. Carnell. Mr. Patton.
And I guess, forgive me, as Mr. Convertito said, for new board members, we have not seen this before. So I have two questions. Do I want to give you the tough one first or the easier one first? So the rubric, the pie chart, as you will, has parent feedback, the parent feedback portion at 10%.
Yes.
Correct. So, this is the harder of the two questions, at least in my opinion. So the way it's written is the parents, I guess, give based on the survey that I think is in here, it's a general consensus of the teachers, I guess, for each child. But there's not a recommendation or a review for an individual teacher. So my question is, and again, this is maybe more a question to the state as to why this is important. If, you use fake numbers, if you've got 7 teachers and 6 are really great and 1 is really bad, how are you going to know which is the bad teacher other than an individual measurement?
So, that question, the 10%, first of all, can't be changed. That's the state guidelines. And I have the state's recommendation on parent feedback. Is a document that I have here, which is part of what's called the SEED document. It's the state version of a teacher evaluation plan. The wording on there is parent surveys should be conducted at the whole school level as opposed to the teacher level, meaning parent feedback will be aggregated at the school level. This is to ensure adequate response rates from parents. So the guidance from the state is that this should be a whole school survey, and the purpose there is really for the whole school to be working on identifying 2 or 3 areas that are identified in a survey, and then teachers to be setting goals of specific things they can do to improve that area in their building. So it is really for teachers to work together to improve areas of perception across the whole school.
That is a topic that came up for discussion in the original approval, yeah.
Last year, okay, understood. It's not a very satisfactory answer, but I do understand the methodology. In my opinion, I'll just state it for the record, it doesn't sound like if you're going to use, the parental feedback at all, it has to be a little bit more specific to really gain anything. Otherwise, you're going to have the good with the bad, and there's going to be some kind of average, in the middle, and you're going to say, okay, well, teachers in this grade level, you've scored X, and there's probably some room for improvement and work on that.
So I will if I can identify in the document, the majority of the teacher evaluation, 85%, is based on 45% of student performance in their specific class, their specific students, and 40% based on observations by their administrators relative to a rubric for effective teaching practices. So that's really the 85%. That's your bang for your buck there, trying to really have that individual feedback being given to teachers regarding what their practices are in their classroom. So, so that's where we see the effectiveness as far as teaching goes. But we don't want to rule out the parent component. We feel that's very important. The state has identified the parent component to be 10% and has given us the guidance not to use individual teacher-specific surveys, but to use school-level, whole school surveys because of
and I totally
statistical.
And okay, and you have a second easier question.
Yeah,
you said.
second easier question is so Fairfield has pretty much decided to, instead of, we've basically gotten a waiver that we don't have to do some of these components, but the administration has decided to do as much of it as we can anyways. Is that correct still?
So if I can interpret your question to mean the flexibility standards, the options that the state has given us to take this year and or next year, is that what your question is related to?
Well, right, and in many of the highlighted areas, it seems like they were just certain things that basically said, okay, well, you don't have to do that this year, but we're you have to do it by next year. And I thought that we had kind of decided that we were going to try and go full-blown into it instead of just being, and be more of the beta test for the state, as opposed to just saying, well, we'll put it off if we can put it off.
Actually, what we did for this current school year is we implemented the plan with a majority of our teachers, but not all of our teachers. We exempted what we called student support specialists. speech and language pathologist, ELL teacher, deans, school counselors. Those folks will all be part of the plan, so all of our educators, all of our certified educators will be part of the plan next year. What the state gave us the option to do, and I'll back up a little bit, is that we've had a committee working on this. This is now our second year working on a committee. We have educators, we have the vice president and president-elect of the Fairfield Education Association, we have the president and other members of the Fairfield School Administrators Association, we had members of central office. So we had quite a wide-ranging committee taking a look at this. The state has given us options in 3 different areas to what they call their flexibility options. Number 1 is instead of writing 2 student learning objectives, which are really not objectives, they're really goals, broad language, teachers should write 1 with 2 very specific goals with them. The second piece was that state testing scores, state tests would not be included again for the 14-15 school year, and that's because we don't expect the SBAC scores to be in until after teachers have to set their goals. And then the third change that we have listed on here, hold on, is the number of observations that teachers need to have. The governor started this process back in the winter time, realizing that, whoa, we've created a plan that's just unworkable for administrators and for teachers. So we've built in the flexibility for next year on the number of observations for teachers that are rated at the proficient and exemplary levels, not for teachers who are not at that level or for brand new teachers, first and second year teachers. So we are taking those flexibility options that the state has offered us. We had the option to do them this year. We felt that the boat has sailed so far with the folks that were using the plan with this year that we did not want to stop and say, well, we're not going to require you now to have 3 observations, you only have to have 1, and now we have teachers who have had 3 and teachers who have had 1, and what do we do there? So we're keeping in place for this year, but we are putting in the flexibility standards for next year.
So right now we are going, kind of what I said, we're going full-blown, for the most part, for a lot of these changes that we had the option to opt out of, but next year we're going to reevaluate and probably scale back if we are.
Well, we are taking those flexibility options for next year. Those are the changes for our plan for next year. We've also made some changes in how the scoring is done at the end. It's become a more holistic score, still taking into account the weightings that are present in each of the different areas. So in the 45% area, there are 2 goals. We still know that those 2 goals have to be rated. In the teacher observation area, there are 4 domains a teacher is observed in and needs to receive a score for. Domain 1 is the domain that's mostly related to classroom teaching, and that's rated at 70%. So we had to have some way to make sure that that's counting for more than the other 3 domains. So that's a change that we made here, making it more of a holistic scoring rather than a mathematical calculation per se. So that's, again, one of our changes that the committee recommended.
Okay, great,
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Llewellyn?
Thank you. When you were talking about the state guidelines or recommendations, those are just that? Are they subject to the district interpreting how they like and doing what they like?
No, there are
So they're
specific.
state mandates? Sorry.
There are specific guidelines that were voted in on July 1st, 2012, and there are pieces that absolutely have to be in our plan. We have some flexibility around language within our plan in some areas, but there are specific guidelines, and those are the ones the state will be reviewing our plan to make sure that we've adhered to all of those.
Okay, because I actually agree with Mr. Patton here that the holistic school evaluation is far less useful than being able to provide direct comments. So that's my comment there. I think my other comment here is actually directed to the chair. We received a 70-page document for those of us who are new on a Friday night and are being asked to vote on it today. And I ask that you defer it because I think you've said numerous times that you'll never bring anything before the board that we haven't had a chance to look at. I also think that we submitted board goals about the same time, and those have been tabled. So I'm going to ask that if this is new, that it's tabled, please.
You don't mean the word tabled.
I mean pushed off to the next
The board
agenda.
goals, I've been awaiting responses from board members, so I haven't eliminated them. I've just been waiting for board responses. There is not a, so back up. Where we are reaffirming a prior decision, this board has in the past put something on the agenda for action item, so that if the board chose to act on it, they could, but if the board chooses to postpone this to another meeting, that's at the board's pleasure. Do we have a time limit that the state is saying this must be back by X date, or can we move it to the first meeting in May?
The original time frame was April 30th, which is why it's before you today. The state has now pushed that back at least until May 15th. So I think if we discuss this on May 6th, we'd still meet the guideline that the state has set for us.
Okay, so if you wish to put a motion on to postpone to the next regular meeting,
I'm allowed to make a motion? I'd like to make a motion to postpone the vote on this until the next meeting.
okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Ms. Carnell? Yeah, the next regular meeting.
Next regular meeting's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Carnell seconded it. Is there discussion on postponing? Mr. Patton?
My only comment is we did get it on Friday, and yeah, I spent 2-3 hours on a Sunday afternoon pouring through it over several cups of coffee. So it was not exactly an undry reading, but I think that is it. I guess date clarification. Is the May 6th the regular meeting? Will there be discussion of any budgetary things on that meeting, or is that a special meeting that is not that date?
The regular meeting will have the monthly update that we have been having on financial matters each month. The May 6th meeting may be difficult to do that because to close the month out and be ready with a financial report on May 6th might be tough, so that financial report in all likelihood will be the second regular meeting in May. But is that a fair statement, Ms. Munsell, so that you don't have 5 days over the weekend to produce a financial report? So yes, it probably will not be on, there won't be a financial discussion at the first regular meeting in May.
Right, but to refresh my memory in terms of making adjustments to the 2014-15 budget.
Okay, from that perspective, the first May meeting is when the superintendent brings forth recommendations on how to adjust the budget in light of the other town bodies' recommendations and final allocation, and then we normally vote those decisions at the second meeting. So it won't be on as an action item, it will be on as a discussion item, not the monthly financial operating report, but the next year's budget. So yes, you're correct if that's what you're intending.
That is what I'm intending. In my opinion, I will not support the motion to postpone because based on several years' history with that first meeting of presentation of potential items to adjust to the budget, it's a long and arduous and argumentative process, and the public, wants to be involved, and so I think that this is a bigger issue, and if we spend a lot of time discussing it at that meeting, there may not be time for the bigger issue.
You mean it's a deliberative process?
Yes, thank you.
Other comments on the motion to postpone? Mr. Fattabine, you wanted to make a comment, and then, yeah, but he had raised his hand first, and then Mrs. Gerber.
I would support the motion to postpone because this is a document that we previously approved, and it is changes to that document, I guess. And there are also changes, is my understanding, that there was some degree of choice as to whether those flexible components recommended by the state or adopted by the board. That's exactly why it's before the board, whether we would choose to adopt those. So I would certainly like the additional time to review this and understand it a little better before I voted. So I would certainly welcome the
Okay, so you speak in favor of the motion.
Postponement.
Ms. Carnell, oh no, Mrs. Gerber, my apologies, and then Ms. Maxon Kennelly.
Well, I guess just through the chair to Mr. Patton, your concerns about the May 6th meeting, actually, the main discussion with the budget adjustments is at the second meeting in May. Normally, the way it works is that we get the suggested adjustments near the end of the meeting. We just kind of read it over. It's then the second meeting where we have the discussion where there's the public comment. I mean, there may be a little bit of public comment at the first one, but it's really not that. If that's your main reason for not wanting to postpone, the really major discussion takes place at our second meeting in May.
Okay, I'll
Right, just
I'll
as an
defer to you on
FYI.
that. I seem to recall both meetings being fairly
Okay.
heated,
Yeah.
so. but, okay.
Because this is my third look at it, I flew in from Japan on Sunday at 11 and picked up the packet at noon on Monday, and so I had a head start on you on reading, but I nonetheless had a short time for these particular changes. So I'm prepared to act on it, but I understand board members who wish to have more time, so I'll support the motion. Although I'm ready to act on it, I'll support the motion because other board members have an interest in taking some more time. Mrs. Maxon Cannelli, and then Ms. Carnell, and then Mr. Convertito.
One point of clarification through the chair to Ms. Leffert. I thought say at that May meeting, if we had not wanted to submit it because of an objection to some content, isn't the procedure that it then has to go back to the committee? So we would have to notify you as of today, which obviously can't happen because no one's prepared to do that, but isn't that how this is supposed to go, that if we were to turn it down, it goes back to the committee to address our concerns and then comes back to us?
So the state relies very heavily on the committee recommendation. They feel that it needs to come from a group of people who are working together to develop this plan. In the event that the board disagrees and there can't be an agreement between the committee and the board, the default is to go to the state plan, the SEED plan, which I would highly recommend. That's not the direction we go, for many, many reasons, but we believe our plan is more robust. We believe that the Marzano rubric that we've chosen is the more effective rubric to use. So that is the option, and actually it's explained in, I believe, Dr. Sarah Barzi's letter that you have in your packet as well. It talks about that process.
So to clarify the answer,
Right.
that yes, we can wait till May 6th, yes, we could make changes or vote it down, but that the result of it under state guidelines is that the original state, what's the name of it?
SEED.
SEED plan would be the one that would be, the state would adopt on our behalf.
You would effectively be voting into the
We'd
SEED,
be
correct?
voting to go into the SEED. So the timeframe will give people a better time to digest it and understand it, but we probably don't have the option at the moment to think that we're changing it. Let me...
Can I finish my point?
Well,
Wait.
no, let me, yeah, no,
I just wanted to finish.
no, I'm just going to try and clarify where we are. I think you had the floor on
Right.
that point, and then you wanted to follow up on that point, and you'll allow that, right? Okay, go ahead.
I guess I would be of a mindset that's very much in sync with Mr. Dwyer in this one, in that I'm fully prepared to move this forward and vote this ahead now. I'm fairly familiar with it. And so, but that said, if it were the will of the majority of the board that they wanted to take that additional time, I would, again, hopefully that they take this as the caution against, well, no, I guess if you really want to tinker with it, but understand that changing content would mean essentially then you don't get your content, the whole thing gets scrapped. But if people felt the need for more time.
Mr. Fatterbean.
I guess I'm trying to understand this a little better. And I just want to get your understanding then of a paragraph or a sentence in this letter from the State of Connecticut Department of Education. It was in the packet. It's page 2 of letter dated February 10th, 2014. And it's on page 1, 2, 3. This paragraph in the middle, the second to last sentence of that paragraph, I guess, says, if the Professional Development and Evaluation Committee and local or regional boards of education cannot mutually agree on the adoption of such model teacher evaluation and support program, the Board of Education may make the final determination. What's the understanding of that sentence?
If you read it with the sentence before it, if mutual agreement cannot be achieved pursuant to Section 10-151B of the General Statutes and as amended by Public Act 13-245, Section 1B, such Board of Education and such Professional Development and Evaluation Committee shall consider the model teacher evaluation and support program adopted by the State Board of Education. And ultimately, it is the board's decision as to what gets adopted. And what gets, again, in this case, you're not adopting it yet. You are approving submission to the state for consideration of the state's review to be sure we adhere to guidelines. So I guess I would ask if there are questions about the plan that you're not sure of or looking at a different direction, you need to let us know, and we'd have an opportunity to convene the committee prior to May 6th.
Right. Let's see, I think where we are is Ms.
If we cannot mutually agree, what happens?
It reverts to the
cannot
state
mutually
plan.
It's not what it says.
Okay.
I guess that's our question of
That's
interpretation.
how the state has explained it to me.
So we're on the motion to postpone, we're not on a motion to debate the underlying plan. Mr. Convertito, did you have a comment on the motion to postpone?
Yeah, I have two comments. One, I mean, out of respect to those who have not reviewed, I mean, I re-reviewed the document over the weekend, knowing it was the previous document that we had. I'm comfortable with it, but out of respect to, other board members who may not have had the time to review a 70-page document, I have no problem with the motion to postpone. But it's also my understanding that if we do not submit this, while in your interpretation we revert to the state plan, once we do vote to submit it, that would then trump the state plan regardless.
So I don't know what you mean if it would.
It would,
So-
it would
so-
trump the state plan, provided that
Even
the
if we,
state
even if we
accepted
submit
it.
it late, if we submit it June 1st, it would trump the state plan.
They would approve our plan.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we're ready to act on the motion to postpone. It's an administrative procedure, but Ms. Carnell, do you have the final comment?
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand, and it is a 70-page document. I'm not prepared to vote on it in candor, but why do we get these documents with such little notice? That's what I don't understand. We're supposed to come here and make educated decisions for the students, and how do we do this with 48 hours to vote on something? So actually, it's more than 48. I didn't take the Common Core math. No, but I find it really difficult with 72 hours with a life in between to look at a 70-page document and make an educated decision. Some of the board members have seen this document before and definitely have a leg up on us. But is there a way that we can get these documents, especially a 70-page one, in advance so that we do have time to make an educated decision?
Yeah, that's always an issue, and as I indicated, that it was originally put on the agenda for action because of the state deadline, which afterwards got extended, but that we frequently put items that are reaffirming a prior decision on for action in the event that the board is ready to act. Tonight, it's clear that you are not, so I won't take any further comments. I'll just take a vote on the motion to postpone, which I presume is going to be approved, and then this item will be on the May 6th regular meeting agenda.
Well, I appreciate that, and hopefully we will postpone. Otherwise, I'll have to abstain. I can't vote on something I don't know about. But again, I'd really appreciate if we can address this, whether it be policy, whether it be however else you want it addressed. Can we get these documents? Because apparently everybody's had these documents prior to 3 days prior to a vote.
The documents that other board members have had are the prior version.
I
None of
think
us
you're missing-
received this document until everybody received it.
Right, and I'm asking in general, when it's in a large document, is there a way that we can get these documents prior to our Friday package so that we can review them and give them the time that they deserve?
Yeah, we strive to do that. If we're ready to...
No, Mr.
act-
Dwyer, in all due respect,
we
I don't
strive to
feel
do
I'm
that.
getting an answer. How long have you had this document for?
It was ready to go to you 2 days before we submitted it to you.
I'm sorry, how long?
2 days.
Okay, you mean 2 days prior to Friday?
2 days prior to Friday.
Okay, is there any reason then, even on Wednesday, would have given us more time to review the document?
By board policy, we say this is the time frame that we send documents out prior to a board meeting. We can certainly review whether that should be done sooner for certain size documents, but at the moment, they've been forwarded to board members per the board policy of so many days in advance of a meeting.
Does that need to be put on the policy then?
You're on the policy committee, you could certainly bring that to the policy committee.
This is a bylaws. This is the bylaw meeting that's been delayed since November, correct? This is a bylaw,
Yeah, okay.
which we've tried to have for 5 months.
It's not, excuse me, the bylaw meeting has not been delayed. We've put out 6 different options for dates, and to date, board members have not responded to whether they're available for those meetings. So the only reason we haven't scheduled something is because board members have not told our administrative assistant what dates they're available. I will move us to action on this. No, I'll move this motion to postpone. Okay? Move this motion to postpone. Do we have comments from the public on postponing action on the teacher evaluation plan and the motion that is in front of us, which is to approve submission of the Fairfield teacher evaluation plan to the Connecticut State Department of Education? Do we have comments from the public? On the motion to postpone. Seeing no, back to the board. I'll ask for the board to act on it. All in favor of the motion to postpone, raise your hand. I'd say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. All opposed? 1. The motion passes 8-1. This will be placed on the May 6th agenda. I would encourage board members, especially those who are new, that if you have questions that you could get to the Human Resources Department through Dr. Title. That would be appreciated. In his absence, his administrative assistant and Mrs. Parks are checking requests for information from the RTM as well as board members, so please still follow the protocol of sending your questions to Dr. Title so he can assign it to various staff, and Ms. Parks is watching over that. We're now on to our final action item, which is to approve the RICEP Profiles of Student Life Survey. The recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve student participation in the RICEP 2014 Profiles of Student Life Survey. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly. I see the selectman is in the audience. For those who don't know or don't remember, the town charter includes that the 3 members of the Board of Selectmen are members of this board. They don't have an attendance policy, so they rarely show up, but from time to time, if they have but from time to time, if they have an interest in a particular agenda item, they're more than welcome. So I would ask whether you're here as a member of the public or whether you wish to participate as a member of the Board of Selectmen. Please do either at your option.
Thank you, Chairman Dwyer. I appreciate that offer. I will speak as a member of the public tonight, as there are a number of very prepared and skilled presenters this evening. So I thank you for your consideration.
And I'll remind you that as a member of the public, you still have the same 2-minute limit. This is a survey that we have done and approved over different years. Mr. Bob Francis is the executive director of RICEP. For full disclosure, he and I worked for more than a few years in the city of Bridgeport together, so I do know Bob. And also the YMCA has adopted the Search Institute's approach to looking at children and their needs, and so I'm familiar also with the underlying concepts behind it. Bob, Mr. Francis, do you have comments that you wish to make prior to board Q&A?
Maybe a little bit of history would be instructive, and Phil, you were smart enough to retire. I haven't done that yet, so. The RICEP has been surveying young people in our schools in Greater Bridgeport for the last almost 30 years now, since 1985, when we were under the United Way of Eastern Fairfield County. And for the first 12 years, the first 4 surveys we did were completely substance abuse related. It was substance abuse, substance use, and its abuse. After the Search Institute survey was piloted in Trumbull in 1996, we decided to adopt it, and the reason reason for us adopting it was that we were just looking at a very small sliver of young people, and it was their negative behavior around substance abuse. It didn't take other risky behaviors into account, and it certainly didn't look at anything that was positive about young people. So the Search Institute survey was an ideal instrument for us because it looks at a broad range of risky behaviors, and it also looks at 40 developmental assets. And so we get a good sense of young people's strengths. And one of the things that I know and that most people know who work with young people is that when you're solving the problems of young people, working off their strengths is what gets you solutions. Working off their problems can help you identify what the problems are, but it's their strengths or building up their strengths that are going to carry them through. So the survey has been very useful in that respect. So we've now done the Search Institute survey 6 times. This will be the 6th time since 1997. We do it every 3 years. The survey itself is about a 20% sample of young people grades 7 through 12 in the school system. That would mean about 1,000 students in Fairfield would be surveyed. That's about 10% more students than to give us credibility of the results itself. It's completely anonymous. It's self-reporting of the students themselves. There is no way that we can track an individual student's responses on this survey. They go from the administering teacher in the classroom to our hands are boxed and immediately sent to the Search Institute, and they come back to us as aggregate data, that we get back on that. The survey is done in Bridgeport, Fairfield, Monroe, Stratford, and Trumbull. The data, when we get it back, the most important thing to us is that it drives our RISAP agenda. We're a youth and young adult-oriented organization. This gives us a 3-year update every 3 years about what's going on with young people and what we should be focusing our time on. An example of that came out of the last survey that we did 3 years ago. 2 big findings that came out of that were of concern to us. On the concern side were the mental health issues and the issues coming up around, attempted suicide or young people reporting, sort of an overdegree of depression or sadness. And those numbers were higher than normal in the region. And the other item that gave us concern is, and this was across every single question, was the broad difference between male students and female students. Like on the developmental asset side, there are 40 developmental assets. The girls exceeded the boys in developmental assets in 36 of the 40 developmental assets. And you might be curious about what the 4 are for young men is that, their self-esteem is much higher than the girls. They have a much more positive view of their future. They feel safer than girls, and the 4th doesn't register with me right away. I notice all the women are smiling because you knew all that before, right? That we're a bit delusional. So as we look at this, so we use that data. We put together, we got a grant from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to address the suicide, mental health, and things like that. We've done training here in Fairfield. We do, there's a suicide prevention curriculum that's there, and we're focusing much more attention on mental health issues, and that'll be coming up. We've done a lot of testifying, a lot of work with the state legislation following the Sandy Hook disaster, in terms of making sure that we have more mental health services available to young people in the region. The male-female thing, we are instituting a male version of Finding Your Voice, which is something we've done with young women over the years. We now want to do the same thing with young men. There's a lot of value in gender-specific programs for both boys and girls being separate and then bringing them together around things. So we'll be doing more work there. In Fairfield and in most of the communities, how the survey's been used, and I might call on Karen Campbell, if she's back, she can talk a bit about how the school system has used the survey. But we've done parent forums. We've been asked, we asked to do a major parent forum 6 years ago on substance use among young people. We've also done it on the asset side 3 years ago. I think I ended up presenting to about 5 PTAs the last time we did the survey. I think in terms of maybe other questions that you might have is, we have used, as far as parents consenting to their children actually taking the survey, parents have an option of, declining so that their children don't have to take it. We've used a passive consent form as opposed to an active consent form. So the surveys have generally been available at the Board of Ed. Parents have been notified that the survey is going to be taken, and then they can object if they want to. We get somewhere a little less than about a 1% response of parents that would not like their children to take the survey. That's opposed to an active process that you would get actual permission from every single parent before their children take the survey. The superintendents in the region have decided, and working with the boards of ed in the region, have decided to use the passive form because it could take them 3 to 6 months to actually do the active consent, if we were doing that. So,
Ms. Campbell, do you wish
we
to
are.
make a comment as a member of our staff that Mr. Francis asked if or not? That's fine. Okay, so you probably should join us at the table for the Q&A then. With that as a presentation, do we have questions from the board? Mr. Fattabine.
Yeah, on this survey, there's a supplemental questionnaire.
yes.
My question is, when was that supplemental questionnaire included in the survey?
We've used a supplemental questionnaire about 4 times. Generally, we do a supplemental questionnaire because the Search Institute has been very slow in updating their survey. So if you look at the supplemental questionnaire that's in there, there's a focus on social media. They've never asked social media questions, and young people are so into social media that we're trying to figure out how it's affecting them. The questions in the Search Institute survey on prescription drug use are very minimal, and we know that there's been a pretty huge uptick in prescription drug use. We don't know what young people are actually doing, so there are surveys, there are several questions there about that. It's conducted at the same time as the other survey. It takes about a class period to do the two together.
All right, so this supplemental survey or supplemental questionnaire that's attached, that changes depending on the year then? Or has this supplemental questionnaire been in existence for a couple years now? Or
No, this is the first time we've done this one.
All right.
Yeah, it's been different each time we've done it.
All right, so in essence, the supplemental questionnaire is, changes every year.
Yeah, we've made recommendations to the Search Institute for them to include new questions, and generally, they've included those, so this year, we'll be recommending these to them for their next iteration of the survey.
Ms. Carnell.
I have actually 2 questions. How is this presented to the students when this test is given, and do you explain to them why it's given?
Yeah, it's a class period. It's said that it's a survey that's being conducted regionally, and the data will be used for planning to meet the needs of young people. And then it's usually in English classes, classes that everyone takes, and in health classes where is in 8th grade, Karen?
Health classes.
Use the microphone.
We administer it through the health classes in the high school.
Okay. Second question, and you brought it up. What do you do with the data once it's, received?
And that's probably a 2-part question, what the school district may do with the data and also what RIASAP does.
Okay. What the school...
Talk about what we do first. Well, the first thing we end up doing with it is we present it all back to you. Because each of the individual town survey data doesn't belong to us. It really belongs to you in terms of your own planning. And we don't make recommendations for your town. That comes back to the boards of ed and to the local prevention councils like Fairfield Cares. It gets presented to the selectmen. We've been in front of boards of selectmen where they've requested it. And so the town itself then decides, okay, what would we like to do with this? And they form committees at times to work on particular issues that are of interest to them in the survey. We will use it because it drives our RISAP agenda in terms of what our priorities should be as far as young people are concerned. Are we on the right track? Are we on the wrong track? Are there some new areas that we should be looking at in there? An awful lot of the towns have used the data in terms of grant applications from the towns when they're going to state government or federal government or to foundations for additional funding. The data has been very rich. The Search Institute has done this survey with some 40 million children across the United States over something like, it's got to be 30 years, that they've been doing this. We use it the same way. I mean, we get many, many requests from nonprofit agencies and from government entities for the data so that they can use it in their grant applications.
Ms. Campbell?
The data is really invaluable in a lot of ways. One of the ways is that we use it to educate the students about what is really happening in the schools. For example, you'll often hear students, tell parents, well, Mom, everybody's drinking. One of the great statistics that we get out of this survey is we get a past 30-day use. For example, the last survey, and we talk about this at both high schools have a freshman underage drinking forum, and we use that data a lot in speaking to the students and to the parents, so parents are aware of what students are doing. So for example, last year in 9th grade, my message is everyone is not drinking. But 19% of students in the 9th grade have been drinking or reported use in the past 30 days. That's too much. And then I let parents know, however, that by 12th grade, 59% of our students report that it used alcohol in the past 30 days. We get statistics on how many attended a drinking party, how many used marijuana, how many rode in a car with a driver who had been drinking. So again, it's important for students to understand what's happening and for parents so that you can have those conversations with your students about what your expectations are around alcohol and other risky behavior. We also incorporate some of the data into our health curriculum. So again, students have information that is relevant to Fairfield, not just national statistics, but local information.
Thank you both.
Anything further, Ms. Carnell?
I'm good,
No?
thank you.
Okay. Other questions from the
I
board?
just don't want to take the test.
You don't want to take the test?
It also, one thing I did forget, it gives us information about current trends. E-cigarettes are on the rise. Again, the questions about social media, that's really invaluable information to us in the high schools.
And the minutes will reflect that it's a survey, not a test.
Yes.
If there are no further comments from the board, I'll go to the public. Mr. Llewellyn? Do you have another comment you wish to make? Okay.
So this takes a full instructional period?
Yes.
It does. And have you ever distributed where there's actually an opt-out on the cover so the students actually know they can opt out of it? Or is it only the parents who can opt them out of it? I guess I look at this and I see it and I say, okay, some of these questions are a little
I think it's
sharp
only,
for
I
7th
think it's
and 8th
only the
graders.
parents, yes.
Okay, so the kids can't opt out. Okay.
Well, if they didn't complete the survey, we wouldn't use it. I mean, it may be passed out to everybody, but if the student decides not to fill it out,
That nothing is going to happen to the student.
nothing's going to happen to the student, right?
You'll get a box and you'll find 2 or 3 that have nothing on them, and those get cast aside.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, and we often get a lot of blank questions, too, because the student didn't understand the question or wasn't, sophisticated enough to answer that particular question, whatever it was, or wasn't knowledgeable enough.
Okay.
Mr. Llewellyn?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fattabine, I think you had a question.
That was just my concern, too. If a student did not want to participate in this survey, and there would be no punitive action to that student, and he would not be
No.
chastised or feel like he's
No.
not doing
No.
something appropriate by not wishing not to respond.
Yeah.
All right, that was
This
just my
isn't a
concern.
school project necessarily. This is where the schools are assisting an outside organization in conducting the survey, where the schools have get all of the data and all the information to use to benefit their school system. So
It's an anonymous survey. He or she hands it back in, the teacher puts it in an envelope, and the teacher never knows who filled one out and who didn't.
No.
Right, but I'm not.
Cornell.
They're
Thank
not
you.
coded or anything like that either. There are no codes on any of the surveys.
But if I'm following you correctly, the student can opt out, but I'm not sure the student realizes that. When you hand them a piece of paper, not a test, they don't realize that. So I'm not sure the students realize that they can opt out. Is that said to the students when these are being handed out?
I guess I don't know that.
Can we find out, or can that be added, that to tell the students this is optional?
I wouldn't know why not. I think we can definitely do that.
Ms. Lou McCormick, did you have a comment that you wanted to make or not? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, that was my question. I also kind of wanted to, so this is physical, right? It's not online.
It's not
Yeah,
online. That's
I
right.
guess the one concern I really have is the fact that we're taking instructional hours to do this. Is it possible to give it to them to do outside of school and return to you the next day, or no?
That would start to color the data, I think. If a student were taking it home, they may fill it out with their parents. And the one thing we know about anonymous surveys from young people, I mean, a lot of people question, will students tell the truth? Well, in an anonymous survey, about 99% of the time, they tell the truth. I think if you give them an option of being influenced by their peers or by others, I mean, if you have 10 teens in a room and 3 of them say they're drinking, all of a sudden all 10 of them admit to being drinking, So you start to bias the responses. I think you've got a controlled environment in a classroom that it helps keep the credibility of the survey together.
You have to remember, it is relevant to the health curriculum as well, and, there'll
Right,
be
so this would be an
discussion
hour
around the
around the health
results.
So to clarify, this is delivered, Ms. Campbell, in the health classes?
Yes.
No,
So
this
yes,
would be
it's a-
part of the health curriculum then.
Or English, I believe you said.
No.
That was Mr. Francis's comment.
I think in other districts, I'm just saying at the 2 high schools here in Fairfield, we generally do it through them.
Any other final comments before we go to the public? Ms. Maxon Kennelly.
A couple of comments. I'll start with a question just to clarify. This survey costs us nothing.
That's right.
And when we get the information from it, and RIASAP then proceeds to offer services to our students in the areas where they need it, we're not paying for that either.
You are not.
So-
We get a municipal contribution through the Board of Selectmen each year. That's about $15,000. We use some of that to waylay the cost of the survey itself. The survey costs us about 25 grand when you take all the surveys and the analysis and the staff time that goes into it.
Well, not that we're not all in this together, but I'll focus on the Board of Ed part of this budget, that it's not costing the Board of Ed budget anything, that we are getting services targeted on the needs of our students. And just as one word, because we've been talking about instructional hours tonight, and I think that's important for us, but I also want to remind this board about the mission and the goals that we just supported as a board into new policy. And it absolutely recognizes in our own mission and in our own goals that we are educating the whole person, and that to only think that their path to success is through the English or through the arts or through science or math, and to not recognize them as a whole person, and that if we don't recognize and address influences in their life, personal mental health issues in their life, and that we recognize that. I think we've gotten plenty of information about our students having needs in their lives that interfere with their academic potential and success. And for us not to be a party to something which is going to give us valuable information about our own students, I think would be remiss on our part and counter to the mission that we just supported.
Let me go to the public, and then if the board has any final comments prior to action, we can take them. This is an item open for public comment, and please comment on the motion that's in front of us, which is the Board of Education approves student participation in the RISAP 2014 Profiles of Student Life Survey. Please state your name and address.
Lisa Davey, 151 Welton Road. I've commented to the board in an email as well. I've had a lot of discussions with a lot of people about this survey. I don't know that it's appropriate for all of our students, certainly. I've been swayed somewhat by some people that perhaps there's very valuable information. However, I'm not so sure that 7th and 8th graders should be asked whether they are straight or heterosexual, lesbian or gay, transgender, male to female. Not sure if they should be asked on whether they're doing inhalants, on whether they've sniffed glue or used heroin, on whether they're having sex. Also, when it starts asking questions about when they spend their time in religious and other ways like that, I'm not sure that's appropriate either. Also, I've been led to believe somewhat that some of this data is used to help the parents, but I haven't really seen or heard comment of where that's done. So, but most importantly, I think this should be an active opt-in, not a passive opt-out. I have to sign off on whether my son got the right recipes for family and consumer sciences. I think I should have a say, an active say, in whether he's part of this. And I think most parents won't necessarily be opting out because they won't even know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Nancy Haberly, Nancy Haberly, Duck Farm Road. I echo what Lisa just said, and I'm wondering how can a passive opt-out for parents and children be legal? I think that is crazy, and it happens with our psychologists in the schools too. There's this passive opt-out, unacceptable. Give me the form, I'll sign the form, whether I want my kid to be involved in something like that or not. This is absurd. My child is already opted out, and he's in 6th grade. I've sent you the letter personally, Mrs. Parks. No way will my kids ever be taking something like this. This is far beyond what the schools should be doing. I am sorry, I totally disagree. Special education students, really? Crack, heroin, are you kidding me? My kid doesn't even know half of what is in this survey. This is an outrage. We should not be participating. And comparing us to schools that you mentioned, we don't compare ourselves educationally to those schools. Why are we downplaying us and going to Bridgeport and comparing ourselves to Bridgeport and to Monroe, and we're talking about Darien, and we're talking about Westport when we talk about our education? Wake up.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Wendy Benevegna. Sorry, going to break it. Wendy Benevegna, 271 Village Lane. I am co-chair of the Fairfield Cares Community Coalition, which is the local prevention council in Fairfield. That means we're the town body responsible for programming around underage drinking and substance use in Fairfield for youth. We also provide educational programming for parents and are promoting general health and well-being in the community. Our coalition would not be here without the RISAP survey results, without youth survey results. We were, in fact, formed in response to 2008 survey results. We use the data, we collect it, we analyze it, and we use it to guide our decisions in programming efforts for children. For, the freshman forum was one thing that came, was an outgrowth of that. We've had parent programs, we've brought in speakers. We just had one on marijuana and prescription drugs. It also helps us, as Mr. Francis and Karen Campbell mentioned, in knowing what is going on, what are the trends with the youth, where are the areas that we need to focus our attention. So we find it incredibly valuable, valuable data. And I know we're talking about the towns that RISAP surveys, but youth surveys are done in Wilton, Weston, Westport, Darien, and I mean all over Fairfield County. They're just done by a variety of different institutes and research firms. the questions are very similar. So it is being done all over, not just in the towns that were mentioned. So anyway, without the data, would we still try? Yes, our efforts would be there, but we'd be guessing. So I think
Thank you.
it provides very valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
I'm Kristen McCarthy-Vahey. I'm on the Board of Selectmen. I also co-chair the Fairfield Cares Task Force. I'm at 1625 Melville Avenue. I just want to address the concern about instructional time, which is certainly valid. I want to specifically point out an increase in requests this year for the town budget for nurses because of the increase in our nursing visits, a significant increase. And the goal is to make sure that our kids are in the classroom. And I think that by addressing what the risk and protective factors are, we are more able to do that. The role of the data for Fairfield Cares, as Wendy mentioned, that we as the local prevention council determine how to use our funds based on this data. And I actually want to reference the poster hanging right there on the wall, which is another instrument that we have used to be able to get information out to parents. We certainly are aiming to address students and parents. We have very limited resources to do that as a coalition, but we work in partnership with many agencies, including the library, the schools, the police department, public health, and others. So this data is critical. Why we ask for this information, and in terms of the other towns doing this, 120 communities in the state have a survey such as this one in order to provide data. We want, as a town, and need to be able to know where to build capacity in various areas and where our children are at risk. And this is important for the Board of Education. It's important for our Youth Services Bureau. Jenna Paulus is another member, and this is critical. I do think that the parent communication piece of this is something that the board could discuss, and that, you know, that's something that could be a potential discussion item in terms of just informing parents. I would welcome it as an opportunity to educate the parents as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Christine Vitale, 254 Vernon Hill Road. I am also the PTA president at Roger Liddell Middle School. Our PTA has not addressed this survey, so I am not speaking on their behalf. But I just want to share just some things that I've come to encounter as being the PTA president. There is a concern among parents about social media. A lot of the things in this survey I would hope are over the heads and the experience level of a 7th grader, but I can't be so sure because I don't have the data. Being in the middle school, I've heard, well, this kid smokes pot, and, you know, where they are in terms of their sexual experience, I think it might range. Parents have come to the PTA looking for programming on how to address these issues, and we've kind of fallen short. Like, I listen to these, you know, looking at you as a resource, and I'm excited to think that there might be programming available at the middle school level, because I do think there's a need there. I'm not going to address in terms of consent and how you want to handle that. I'm going to leave that to the board. I think that the concerns expressed by parents are absolutely valid, but data is powerful. I've heard it so many times at this table how powerful data is, and we need to get the data. So I hope that you approve this and you talk about it further. But I think that we need to start 7th and 8th grade. Some of this stuff, we may not want to think that they're doing it, but until we ask, we're not going to know for sure.
Thank you very much. State your name and address, please.
Nadine Izet, 345 Mill Hill Terrace. I have one concern. I just saw the questionnaire, and I find this little about bullying. I think bullying and the silent bystanders is a very important topic. We've seen some big issues in our school, at Ludlow High School, and I didn't see any questions. I saw a lot of sex and smoking, and I didn't see any anti-bullying. And I was wondering, how do you make that list of questions? Is that something from the state? Is that something from this company? So just a question.
Thank you very much. Any further comments from the public?
And sexual harassment as well.
And sexual harassment as well. So that Mr. Francis knows, we don't necessarily respond directly to public questions, but if in your wrap-up comments you wanted to address anything, make it as part of wrap-up. But first, back to the board. Any final comments from the board before we take action? Mr. Patton and Mr. Fatterbean.
In a little bit of reference to the public comments, so I'll address it. What's the thought process in your organization in creating the survey to give it to, at least in my opinion, the 7th graders, or 7th and 8th graders, as opposed to just, say, high school students?
The Search Institute actually does this with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders because there are a lot of middle schools in the country that take in all 3 grades. We had made a decision several years back to not include 6th graders. I think from what we've gotten back, we've been getting this data now for almost 30 years on the substance abuse side. It's now 16 years on all of the Search Institute information. And a lot of these things build up. I think as Ms. Campbell said about 9th graders and drinking with 19% using in the last 30 days and 60% by high school. Because of social media today, our young people are learning more and more about what's out there at earlier ages. We don't have complete control over it as much as we'd like to exert all kinds of parental controls over their use of social media. We know that their knowledge level, it's higher than mine. I mean, we get 6th and 7th and 8th graders coming into our office. They're educating us about things that we don't know about as adults. Now, I mean, I have a 7th grader grandson in the Fairfield Public School Systems. I'd like to think that he's pretty naive about all this stuff, but I think I'd be fooling myself, in thinking about that because, I don't want him to know all this stuff yet either. But, if we've always done it, 7th through 12th grade, that's not a reason to continue doing it, but at least it gives us continuing data. We've worked with an awful lot of middle school parents over the years. We know that middle school is probably one of the most trying times for parents because it's right at the beginning or already pretty seriously into puberty, so there are an awful lot of changes going on. I think the comments about wanting to know that early, if we're going to develop good responses in our schools, in the community, at nonprofit agencies, it's very useful for us to have that information. So I don't know if that completely answers your question.
Ms. Campbell, you want to
One
make
of the
a comment?
pieces of data that we get is the age of onset of first use. And that's a really critical piece of information because we look at we find out when our students are first beginning to experiment because, again, that drives our prevention efforts. And that is some of the data that we get from this survey. And that age of first use in Fairfield is middle school. It's 14.
Maybe one other comment about that. We haven't talked much about the developmental asset side, but 7th graders are incredibly influenced by their parents. By the time they're in 12th grade, they're much less influenced by their parents. The peer group sort of takes over by the data that we end up getting, by 8th, 9th, 10th grade. And then they get out of high school and they come back to their parents, and certainly my experience with my children. And but that's also useful data to us because it tells us where to target our efforts, And when we say influence by peer groups, most of the influence by peer groups is positive. I mean, in Fairfield in the last survey, for example, you had 71% of your teens in your overall school system being positively influenced by their peers, which was a very positive response. And, we had, we like to dwell on the negative. The negative ends up making news. But I think in the last survey in Fairfield, the positive made news because you had the highest positive figures on most of this data than any of the systems in our region. You had higher family support, you had higher peer support, you had young people spending much more time in extracurricular activities in the other communities, which was a real positive coming back to the town in providing those kinds of activities. I know all about that. I'm now spending about 3 nights a week coaching my grandson's baseball team here, so You know, there's a lot going on for young people here.
Did that respond to your question, Mr. Patton? Ms. Maxon Connelly?
2 points. First, I'm sure everyone here absolutely would respect any parent's right to opt their child out. I can only hope for you that yours isn't the child who has dabbled in some of these and who would provide us that important statistical data point. And I say this now, just to be clear, I've now worked in 3 different school systems, and in that course, I have now taught 4 heroin addicts. Addicts who have been to rehab and are now back in high school. And I've never asked them what age they started, except that I had them as not seniors, and they were heroin addicts. And to be told by one of them, you better be drug testing your children, to me. And that was when my children were quite young. To say that shook me to my core, as in he could not have been more sincere that I would be guilty of poor parenting if I did not drug test my children. Was quite a wake-up call and a reminder about the world in which our children live. And I just think the information is valuable, and I also think that it was a very good point of how would this information be disseminated to parents. I think that's a really vital point, and I think that would be perhaps an especially important meeting that we invite some of the Executive Board of PTA Council to, perhaps, so that they're receiving that information. If they need a separate presentation of the data so that they can become part of a team toward that, I don't know, it's just one thought, because absolutely we would need to find a means beyond just this board table of getting that information out there.
Ms. Carnell, Mr. Convertito, Ms. Liu, and can I make those final comments so that we can take action? Oh, you had your hand up too as well. Who? Oh, he was. Well, then I'll go to Mr. Fatterbean first and then down the line.
That's all right. The chair recognized you, not me. My question arises as you mentioned, this survey goes to 7th to 8th grader, or 7th to 12th graders. Are there surveys available, or would you think there's a benefit to surveys being more tailored to specific grade levels than a broad range of grade levels?
The Search Institute actually does an elementary school survey that's completely different from this one. So they do tailor surveys to that group. I think with adolescents, this is about as close as we get. And there's a group out of the University of Washington that does a prevention survey. Their grade levels are 6 to 12. It's a consistent survey that's done. There's a national survey that's done by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration that's also 6th through 12th grades. It seems to be a pretty consistent group to survey, you know, in there. I mean, we know we've got, I mean, you just take a look at the size of 6th and 7th graders. We know they're all over the place in terms of maturity. You've got 6-foot 7th graders and you've got 4'6" 7th graders out there. You know, you've got people with body hair and people without it, so. I
guess my thought was there may be some benefit in having a survey that is tailored more to a smaller grade group than 7 through 12, because sometimes what a 12th grader understands of the question is quite a bit different than what a 7th grader is going to understand of the question.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the questions may want to be different and get more meaningful information because the younger student may understand the question a little better or differently depending on how it's worded and what it's asking. So, in other words, a question asked to a 7th grader and the same question asked to a 12th grader may have completely different understandings and therefore responses, and you may not get the accurate picture you may want because of simply the appropriateness of that question to that particular grade level. So that was my question, whether there was some benefit in your mind to have separate surveys for different grade levels that were a smaller number of grades and not just 7 through 12, the same surveys.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I think I would like to have the same survey done.
In my mind,
Anything else?
The other question I really, I'm not quite clear as to what the requirements are for parental consent, but I'm certainly concerned if there are requirements for parental consent that the passive consent is meaningful. And that's something that may have to look into, whether or not that's a meaningful, passive consent is meaningful in a way.
We've got sample letters here, active and passive consent forms, and, you know, I can pass them around for you.
And Ms. Carnell.
I think expanding a little on what Mr. Fattabine said is, I think some of these questions, and I have a 8th grader, I find maybe she's very aware of these things. I wish maybe she wasn't, but that's not the reality. Does anybody debrief with these kids after these questionnaire is answered? I think there's a lot of very thought-provoking questions. And are these kids just, heading to lunch after this and, hey, wait a minute, heroin, do you know anybody that shoots heroin? I think that really becomes, that's the first question I have.
Again, I can't speak to the middle school, I can only speak to the high schools, but again, because it is given in the health curriculum, these are topics that are all addressed in our health curriculum. So yes, there are conversations about the topics.
I mean, right after the test, so that these kids are not, after the survey's completed, that these kids are not just dropping it off and then going to lunch, and the teacher is not addressing it or discussing the survey and explaining. And is there any questions? Did anything come up that anybody would like? There's some really deep questions here. So is that the way it's presented or not?
Time may not allow in the particular time period. Certainly there's opportunity for follow-up the next class period, but there may not be time the particular day the survey is administered.
So a lot of comment has been about, drinking, which I believe you said was up to 59% that kids in the high school, I think that was the number you used, has gone up from 19, if I'm not mistaken. It talks about, self-esteem, which we all agree has been a real issue about children. It's just hard for me to understand that this questionnaire would be given out that opens up so many cans of worms to these young adults who may not have the maturity, especially between 7th and 12th grade, and then are set off to not even debrief it. I think that's such an important issue that's being addressed. And it's something I'd really like that to be addressed, how it's being presented in our schools. I think the other question is, almost every comment was about drinking, drugs, more of that focus. But nothing was discussed in terms of the sexual behavior. And again, is anybody dealing with a question as such as transgender or heterosexual or lesbian and gay? Do you have people that are, all these coalition groups that are helping children with that?
We do, in fact. And the sexual identity question, when you start taking a look at youth suicide, it's one of the biggest underlying reasons for young people committing suicide is the gender issues, the sexual identity issues, either of the fear of coming out or the fact that they've been hiding something. These are the kids that are most often bullied by other people. It's like if you've got effeminate males, they take a beating, from their peers at times. And so, it's important information for us to have. We've got several groups around the state who we have brought into this region who are really expert at doing this work. There are a couple groups that do an awful lot of training in these areas. There's a group called True Colors out of Hartford that's available all around the state, and there are a bunch of skilled trainers in this area to work with people around those issues. So,
I guess the last question, I know, if I didn't sit on this board as a parent, I would not know about this or its existence, how it's administered. How is this message being put out to the community in general?
There's a lot of publicity around the survey itself. Once we get the data in, there are press conferences and there are meetings in each of the communities. We actually do a forum in Stratford every 3 years where the superintendent of schools and the mayor actually sponsor a forum at Town Hall, and we've had as many as 400 people at Town Hall in Stratford when we do the survey there, and it's heavily covered by the press. We find that there's an awful lot of press about the survey in each of the communities, once the data comes out.
Talk to PTA meetings.
Yeah, and I probably, right after the survey's done, that first year afterwards, I'll bet I attend 40, 50 PTA meetings reporting the data to people.
So it's up to the PTA presidents and PTA council to filter that back.
That's right.
To the parents. And when was the last test survey administered?
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Actually, 2 years ago in Fairfield, because we had a snafu 3 years ago, and we redid it in Trumbull and Fairfield.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Convertito.
Yeah, having had one child who's already taken this test and one that, or, excuse me, survey, and one that will be taking it this year as an 8th grader, I can tell you that there isn't a question in here that hasn't been on an index card for a test in health class that my daughter hasn't asked or I haven't quizzed her on. And, you know, when my son took it, I was like, yeah, fine, go take it. And then your daughter goes to look at it and you're like, do I really want her knowing that? And I thought to myself, that was really kind of a poor stance to be taking. This board itself has used the data from the RISAP survey in formulating policy. And a lot of that came about 4 years ago, and I think Ms. Bendavegna led the charge on that when we introduced breathalyzers at proms. It's chilling as a parent to know that 2 out of 10 of your children's friends in high school already drink. It's even more chilling to know that almost 70% of them are doing it as seniors when your kids are getting in cars. I would urge you to allow this survey to go through.
Ms. Lou McCormick, final comments?
I definitely think there is value to understanding some of these things that are going on. 2 things. They're so important that I actually believe that along with all the academic information that we should be getting, we should have a complete strategic profile for our district, and these things should be part of it. And I would encourage this board to want to have an annual strategic profile created that includes these types of characteristics along with the academics. If we're going to do this type of a thing, we should definitely be doing the whole picture. So I agree with this. However, I do share the reservation that, you know, every kid's a little different, and how this might affect different kids might be different. And I can't help but think that how this is presented to the students, while I definitely agree that parents should have a say if they want to opt out, absolutely, that should be overtly presented to parents to give them the right to opt out. But similarly, I kind of also want it to, and this is just me personally, if I were in your shoes and kind of in the place that I'm in, I would like the student to have the option to take it if they wanted to take it. And how this is presented to the students and prefaced to them, to me, is so incredibly important, so that the kids feel comfortable as to why this is being done, and that they know that if they really don't feel comfortable taking this, that's okay.
You mean if they weren't part of the 20% that we're sampling, that they could opt in?
No, I'm saying that if they're part of the sample, that there is, yeah, that you let them know that it's okay, that if you're going to hit some questions, if you don't know what it is, you don't have to know all these answers. Skip those questions. Answer what you think is, like, how this is prefaced to the kids, to me, is incredibly important. And also how you leave it after they take the test. Like, there should be, and I guess in order for me to feel comfortable, I'd like to see what that language is. Like, is there a script that you have that you make sure is read and conveyed to the students before and after this is presented, so that they know that they don't have to take it, but the information is incredibly valuable. So we really ask that you do. Because that option and their consent to it is what makes this information valid. Because you could also have a bunch of kids just running in there and saying, oh, this is going to check this. And you want them to understand and be comfortable. And so I would ask that if we could see that kind of language, that would make me feel more comfortable with this.
I think Mr. Francis has just been given a note. If the
These
board
are
is
the
ready
classroom
to,
instructions to the,
okay.
This is the answer to your question.
So if you have a copy of that, you can give it to Ms.
Yeah, there are copies
Mrs.
there.
Lou McCormick. Last comments, last two comments.
Sure. I guess through the chair to Mrs. Parks, what does the district do to announce this to parents so parents are aware of this? Anything, or does it sound like it's all up to the PTAs?
No, it's
Not the
up to the
PTAs.
PTAs.
So what messaging
In
is done to
fact,
parents to know
we
they're
already
opt out?
did advertise it as part of the parent survey through the Infinite Campus portal, and we will do that again prior to the administration of the survey.
So it'll be in their face.
Yeah, as much as we can get it there.
Thank you. Because I think the information is valuable. It's just people should be able to opt out easily.
Mr. Patton?
I thought maybe quickly my question would be answered by this. I don't see it specifically. I was going to joke and say through the chair to Mr. Cullen, because he needs something to do tonight, but anyways, let's lighten the mood a little bit. Anyways, so back to you fine folks. In your instructions or in how the health teacher would prepare the students to take this survey, if, and again, more for probably the younger students, if a student either has a question or is there in the instructions telling them this, if they don't understand what something is, if they don't want to answer a question, is there, again, a preface for the student to raise their hand, which they may or may not want to do out of fear of embarrassment, or is there a preface for the teacher to go and say, if you do not understand a question, don't answer it?
There is.
That's it.
Yeah.
You
That's
don't
okay.
understand or you're not comfortable.
And the teacher would explain that before the survey's taken.
Part of the instructions, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We're ready for action. You do? One more clarification.
We got this we got the sample active parent consent letter and also a sample passive parent consent letter. Do we send this letter out, or is this what the district uses, or we don't use this? We don't use this. So this is just something that we could use if we decided to use it.
That's right. It's a sample of what you could use.
Is there a reason why we don't use this letter? And how is there a passive consent if there's no letter?
The most common thing that's been done as far as consent, and you figure there are 5 school districts, we've done this now 10 times, is to make the survey available in public places and at the superintendent's office for parents to observe. We have never used an active consent form in doing the survey, and we let parents know passively. Now, do all parents end up informed that their kids are going to take a survey through that process? Probably not.
How do you let
because
them know passively?
certain number of parents miss it.
What's the notice that the parents get? I don't understand.
The infinite.
That the survey is going to be conducted.
But they don't get a letter like this.
Correct.
How do they get that notice then?
How do we give this? Through the Infinite Campus portal.
So they have to go on.
That they're going to be taking the RIASEP survey, and it has information about it, and then there have been in my office for the past month, I believe, samples of it available. Some parents have come in and read it and sent me an email indicating they wanted their children to opt out.
How will they know to go to Infinite Campus to opt out if they don't even know it's happening? Like, how do they know to even go there?
So this middle and high schools are very actively using Infinite Campus. The students' grades are posted there. All of the information is posted there. We have a very high rate of compliance of parents using the Infinite Campus portal in middle and high school. It's not used as much in elementary because grades are not posted there, but we also have a very high compliance with parents sharing their emails through Infinite Campus. We send messages out. So it's been an effective communication vehicle for us.
Okay. No, I just watching Ms. Carnell and then Mr. Llewellyn.
I guess on this handout that we just received, under the third bullet in bold, in capitals, it says, "Do not put your name on this form," which I think is great to let the students know about the survey. But in bullet 2, nowhere does it say in bold, in capitals, that you can opt out. So maybe that can be a correction to make it as known that the students cannot opt out if they want. It's like a precaution. One would be if the parents want the students to opt out, their child, but it also, I think we should be giving the student the opportunity to opt out. And it's not bold, it's not out there. It's easily missed. But yet you very much focus on not to sign the name, but maybe the focus should be as equal on the opting out for the students to realize that.
Okay, Mr. Llewellyn.
Sure. I was going to say, Ms. Parks, would you send this out on Infinite Campus? The passive parental consent? Because if you're willing to do that, I mean, I can support it. Other than that, people need to be informed. We can't have things coming through that'll slip.
Yeah, I would say we could post it on Infinite Campus.
Post it where, like, it's going to be blasted out to folks, so it's prominent?
We can't send it out unless we have a parent email address, so we could do that. We could send it out through the Infinite Campus portal when we also advertise the message.
Okay. So, and for those email addresses that you have, will you send it out? At least at the middle school level?
Yeah, I'm just not sure, you want the...
I want, the passive one is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
But people need
Yeah.
to be informed.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is that-
absolutely, we
Okay,
can do that.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
You're welcome.
Can I make this the last comment?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we got it covered here. Do you want to make an amendment to it?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're covered.
Thank you. So I guess I will amend the motion so that middle school students will be directly emailed for those which we have addresses through Infinite Campus, but they'll also receive emails if we have them for the passive parental consent, and then for the remainder of the school, it will be on the Infinite Campus prominently displayed.
Second.
Well, let me try and expedite it in this way. Do you have what it is?
Middle school students will receive emails through Infinite Campus with the passive opt-out letter. And the opt-out letter will also be posted on Infinite Campus.
Okay, so we could accept that as a friendly amendment with unanimous consent. Is there unanimous consent to the friendly amendment? If there's unanimous consent, so ordered. The main motion has been amended by unanimous consent, as was stated, and when we go to vote on it, I'll ask Jessica, Mrs. Gerber, to restate it. You have a final comment?
Well, I'd like to make an amendment then as well. Not to amend Mr. Llewellyn's amendment, that I would like some sort of debriefing with these students after the survey is taken. That's a uniform debriefing, not haphazard, depending if there's time left at the end of the class.
So make sure that if you're making it as a formal amendment, then you need to make sure you state exactly how you want the motion amended.
Okay. My formal amendment is, in addition to handing out this survey and it be completed by the students, I would also like time for the teachers to debrief during the classroom with the students.
And so I would ask Ms. Campbell if that poses problems in managing class time and all the rest.
It does, because our class periods are only 42 minutes.
Why can't it be done the following class?
Oh, it could be.
How long is the survey for?
The survey takes a full class period, so could there be a follow-up discussion in the next class? Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the intent of your motion, not in the class where it takes place, because the time frame doesn't, yeah.
If there was time left
In the following time. Does that pose a problem?
No.
Great. Thank you.
Now, I need a second to that motion. We have a second to that motion. Shall we handle?
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Mr. Llewellyn. I'll ask Mrs. Gerber to read it and see if there's unanimous consent to add that amendment.
Okay, the amended motion is to, in addition to handing out the survey, we would also allow for teacher debriefing with students the following class. Is that?
Does that, everybody understand that? Is that an amendment that is willing to be accepted on unanimous consent?
No.
by the board? The answer is no. So
No.
we need to make that as a formal motion, which it has been made. Any discussion on the formal amendment? You've made your argument. Do you have anything further that you want to add?
Why not?
Well, Mr.
I'll get
Convertito has a right to express his
Right,
view.
that's why I'm asking why
But
not.
he doesn't have to. He can just say what he wants to do. The second person who seconded it, let me stop for a moment before I go to Mr. Llewellyn. Mrs. Gerber.
I'd just like to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to 11:30 p.m.
11:30. Is there a second?
I second.
Second. All in favor to extend to 11:30?
I want to amend the motion
Yep.
to delete the time, just to suspend the rules to extend the meeting.
Right. That's fine. I'll second.
There's an amendment to the motion to postpone, to the motion to extend the meeting. Do you wish to add commentary as to why you want that amendment to the motion?
Because I don't think it should be limited to a time frame, and I think that we would stay as long as required to do our business, with the hope that people will be expeditious, considering the time, but to set an artificial time schedule as far as a time period to end, I don't think is required by our bylaws and is not a good practice. So I think we just suspend the rules to not adjourn by the time required in our bylaws specifically, and we go as long as it takes. And people get tired, they talk quickly.
Who seconded that?
I did.
You want to make any comments after Mr. Fatterbean in support of the amendment?
He said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any comments from other people? Mrs. Maxon Canal.
Just very briefly, and this is obviously through the chair to the entire audience, I will probably be leaving at 11:30 due to issues in my own life and with my own work and my own grades being due. I'm a volunteer here, and I will absolutely watch on Fair TV if there is public comment that is not done, and also to hear if there is any open board comment, but I will be leaving.
Thank you. Any other comment? If not, Mr. Patton.
Can I make a suggestion that we make that a friendly amendment, so we just vote
No,
on the...
there were objections to it to begin with, so we're moving on to the vote on that. All in favor of the amendment to eliminate the time on the motion to extend the meeting? Raise your hand. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Fatterbean. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand raised. Mr. Convertito, you've raised your hand in favor of that.
Yes.
Ms. Carnell, Mr. Fatterbean, Mr. Llewellyn, all opposed. Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton, the motion has been approved. The main motion is to extend the meeting, period. If there's no further debate, all in favor of that, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, yeah, okay. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Mr. Convertito, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Fatterbean, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Llewellyn, Mr. Patton, all opposed. Mrs. Gerber, the motion is extended, the meeting is extended. So now I'll take and ask, you seconded the motion, do you have comments that you wish to make? No comments. Any other comments on the amendment that was going to be accepted by unanimous consent, but a couple of members were not comfortable doing that? If there are no, Mr. Convertito, Mr. Patton, Mr. Fatterbean.
The whole point behind this survey is that it's an anonymous survey. To do a debriefing and have them discuss the survey, I think, diminishes the value of the survey. And I think would subject kids to talk about things that they don't want to talk about. Okay? They've given you an answer. They've sealed it in an envelope and trusted you with it, and to do a follow-up on it leads them to suspicion that somebody looked at it and they're going to do and asking you questions about it. And I think it's highly inappropriate to ask questions about an anonymous survey.
Any other comments that people wish to make? Mr. Patton.
I'll echo Mr. Convertito's comments. I'll also say that
You'll say it
actually, forget that. A point of clarification. This is just the amendment is just on the portion that Ms. Carnell added the, okay.
The debriefing, yes.
All right, I'm not going to support this.
Okay. Any other final comments, Ms. Carnell?
Am I allowed to continue?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Saying...
I've just recognized
Okay, I
you.
just want to make sure. You know, the hope, and I hear what you're saying, Mr. Constantino, the hope was that it would be done right after so that the students wouldn't be concerned that somebody was having access to looking at this. I still believe and somehow wish the timing would be that it could be done, because I still believe if you leave these questions in a child's mind that may not be as mature as some others, it'll actually leave them lingering with more issues than the anonymous part.
Final comments on this amendment, Mr. Fattabine.
I can't support the amendment just because I don't think it should be a requirement, but it should be sort of at the discretion of the teacher, depending on the group and the situation, and get into what they want to discuss and not want to discuss. I think the real primary objective is this a survey that the students should participate in, and what, in essence, notice the parent should have. And that's the primary concern that I have. I think that to make a requirement that it be discussed in some fashion or nature is sort of reaching further behind what we should do as a board, and to leave that aspect to the discretion of the circumstances of the class and the makeup and the teacher. I just wouldn't support it being a requirement.
Is Ms. Lou McCormick, is there any other final comment other than Ms. Lou McCormick? If not, we'll go to Ms. Lou McCormick as the final comment.
Okay, when I think of a debrief, I know it seems that all of you are envisioning this question and answer period that's shared with the group. I, in fact, would think that instead of that, you would actually just kind of like how they started it, where they have a little thing that they read. You would have something at the end where you say, some of you may have answered questions that you may not feel comfortable with after having taken the survey. You may want to talk to an adult who you feel comfortable with. Feel free to come and speak with me afterwards. You know, this is not something that you should feel obligated to discuss with your peers. If you don't feel comfortable, this is for your private use only. This is for there's a whole debriefing process that can bring the kids to a place where they feel comfortable and they know that now that I've left with this, what can I do if I don't feel comfortable? And it doesn't have to be them speaking at all, but to me, to have closure on what they just did, acknowledging that maybe some of this stuff you don't know what it's talking about, now it's raised questions, what are next steps? That's very important closure, because otherwise you may raise questions in kids' minds and now they don't know what to do. Oh my God, I just told them that I'm a transgender. Wait, am I? Wait, what's it, you know, oh, wait, maybe I don't know what I am at all. You know, like, what do I do now, right? So just to give them a sense of comfort, you feel free to talk to your parents, talk to your friends, come talk to me, come talk to, you know, I feel that we can do this in a way that just puts better closure than just letting them walk out the door. I think that's the intent.
Yeah, I agree with, my comment is I agree with Mr. Fattabine's comment that I think our teachers know our students best, and at the discretion of the teachers, when they see what's happening in their class, they can react to it as I think they do. If we don't have any further comments, you have one last comment. It was your motion.
I agree with Mr. Fattabine that hopefully the teachers do know their students. But I think this is a very thought-provoking questionnaire. And the students, I think Ms. McCormick's suggestion probably is a better one than I did. I think there needs to be some sort of understanding to the students, expressed to the students, that what they answered is okay. It may, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your name. My apologies.
Mr. Robert Francis.
Thank you. Mr. Francis made a comment about, you know, homosexuality causes a high rate of suicide. Well, you're asking students to answer these questions and you're saying, bye, go to lunch. And I think that's really an appropriate way to have some sort of closure on questions that are extremely thought-provoking. I think data is really important, and what we do with it is extremely important, but I also think it's important for these students, who everybody say, you know, is drinking at a young age, maybe doing other things at a young age, but we're asking the questions and then we're letting them out the door with no closure, I think is really short-sighted on the board.
If we're ready to vote on the amendment, could you read the amendment as it was presented?
Okay,
This is a vote on the amendment only.
Right. In addition to handing out the survey, there would also be an allowance for teacher debriefing with students the following class.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what I said. However, I'm fine with having it amended to the way Ms. McCormick said, that there is some sort of closure with the students as opposed to just allowing them to go out after answering this sort of survey. So if the board is more inclined to accept that, I'm fine with amending my amendment.
I don't personally have clarity on how you would restate the
How would
words.
you amend your amendment?
Ms. McCormick, would you like to restate it?
That we would have a script for closure, similar to how we had a script for introduction. We have a very brief, call it a 1-minute, 2-minute script for closure, giving them a follow-through process on if you have questions, if you have concerns. Perhaps this has raised an issue in somebody's mind that, oh my gosh, my friends were drinking the other night and they did something
Fortunately,
bad.
that's commentary. It's too long for
No,
the
I'm giving
secretary
an
to try
example.
and
I'm saying
keep
we
up.
would like
I know,
a short
but I
brief,
just need
which they
the
can
amendment.
draft. We
If
will
you
let,
could just give
we
me
will
the
let them
actual
draft it.
language. If you could just give me the actual language, that would be helpful.
We would have a brief debrief from whoever is the teacher who is providing this to provide closure to the process before the students leave the room.
That is back to the board saying, do you accept that as a friendly amendment to Ms. Carnell's original amendment? Is that an accepted? If it's accepted, then that is what we will be voting on, and please reread it so that the board is clear.
Okay. We would amend the motion so there would be a brief debrief from the teacher to provide closure to the survey.
Okay. So we're ready to vote. All in favor of?
Public comment?
Oh, yes, I am sorry. It's late. So this is, I was about to say, this is the First Amendment was a friendly amendment and is part of the main motion, so no public comment, but this is a amendment which we do take public comment on relative to the issue of the debrief following the survey. Do we have any members of the public that would like to make a comment on that particular amendment? Please state your name and address.
Lisa Davy, 151 Welton Road. I think the most important piece you've left out of this is the parents. I don't know when this survey is going to be given. I'm not going to be given notification of the day my son might take it, but it would be very important to know he did take it today, because the resource, as we talked about here, for debriefing or questions might not be me. It might be his school counselor, it might be his uncle, it might be many other people, but it might be me. He might come home and I say, how did your day go? And I know he took the survey. And if all of a sudden he's spending much more time wanting to talk to me, maybe he wants to say something. So remember, we're the #1 resource for these children, not the educators.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public on the amendment?
I'd like to address this issue. I agree that the parents need to be more
If you
involved.
could state your name and
I'm
address.
sorry, Christina Morrison, 58 North Cedar. I just want to say I do believe the parents should be more involved, that there does need to be closure at the end of the survey that's given. I also believe that, we need to get the information out ahead of time. I know you're talking about how the information is used afterwards. That doesn't really help the parents when we're trying to have our open discussions at home, dinner, lunch, whatever, and it comes out weeks later that was a survey that was taken. That's not helpful to me or my family I have children who range from 9 to 15. So I would ask that this would be something that wouldn't just go through Infinite Campus, but we send letters home for CMTs, we used to. So I don't understand why this isn't something that's taken more seriously. I will even say that the school counselors at the high school level only send out emails. They don't use Infinite Campus. So there's a real disconnect as to what you may think happens and what actually happens. And I would ask you to revisit that and just be more thoughtful of families and their privacies. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
254, Christine Vitale, 254 Vernon Hill Road. Just to address the communication with the parents, PTA weekly blasts, I know that you do not have any control of what the PTAs do necessarily, but we are one of the primary ways, at least at the middle school, that we communicate with parents. I think that I can speak for all of the middle school PTA presidents. We met with Fairfield Cares Coalition. We are going to be working with them, trying to get a representative from our PTA to work with the coalition so the information can come down to the parents. Because I think there is a disconnect, and I agree that we want to be transparent and build the relationship. So if we have a heads up of when the survey is being given, we can blast it out through the PTAs. It was sent to parents, via the agenda to today's meeting, so it is out there, and I would just say anything that we can do from the PTA side, just to please use this as a resource.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Nancy Haberly, Duck Farm Road. I'm just, what will
This is on the amendment, right, about the debrief.
what will the students be doing who have opted out? And will the staff have their names so they don't get the survey? And the date of the survey, that's another concern.
Okay, thank you. If we're ready for action on the amendment, does the board understand the amendment as was read to you? If so, all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Ms. Lou McCormick, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Llewellyn. All opposed? Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Fattabine, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton. The motion fails 3-6. So we're back to the main motion, which I will ask the secretary to read as it was amended. I'll go to the public for comments on the main motion, and then we'll come back to the board for action.
Okay, so the amended motion is that the Board of Education approves student participation in the RISAP 2014 Profiles of Student Life Survey, and that middle school students will receive emails through Infinite Campus with the passive letter, and that letter will also be posted to Infinite Campus.
Okay. Members of the public, do you have any comments on the main motion? Please do. And again, sorry to say this, but please state your name and address.
151 Wilton Road. I want to point out that the only notification parents received about this survey were coupled with the parent survey that we did on underage drinking and substance use. And this is not, in fact, that survey. This is a much broader survey. So, and that has since been pulled down off the boards, off of the district website. I received it as a notice from my principal saying, go to the Fairfield Woods webpage and look under the principal's webpage in order to find that information. So, and no attachments ever come in Infinite Campus. And we haven't been notified about this at all. Not only that, there was no mention that you could see the survey. I had to ask RISAP, who told me it would come to to the board and then to Dr. Title. I would also point out, very importantly, we're concentrating a lot on the negatives, and I actually think if you talked about all of the things, the attitudes and behaviors, and the things we can do positively with this information, you could have an active opt-in, because parents would want to do this. But if you just tell them, hand them a survey and say, this is what we're doing, it looks terrible. I don't think anybody knows that on the RISAP website, you can see the results from 2012. And it talks about all the good stuff. So I'm not saying I'm not for this, but I'm saying to inform the parents. And that's something that is not done on a regular basis. I also think that the PTAs are not the best source. I think that we should, True Colors of Hartford, but who's helping us bring True Colors of Hartford to these children that are unsure about their sexual identity? Fairfield Cares doesn't have a very large budget. What other organizations are we using? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to the board for a vote. If we're ready for a vote, we will take it. All in favor of the motion as it was presented and read, as you know it was amended as the main motion, raise your hand if you're in favor of it. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Fattabine, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Llewellyn, Mr. Patton, all opposed? Abstentions? Abstentions, Ms. Carnell. It passes 8-0 and 1. The minutes have been moved to the end of the agenda, and out of deference to the parents who may be here for general comment, I'll go to the general public for public comments and petitions on non-agenda items. So if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on... Now, could I make one comment while you're coming up? You, Mr. Francis, you mentioned several times that you're a grandfather and you have a child in Fairfield, but you actually live in Madison.
I actually have 3 children.
Okay, so we thank you for remaining behind till 11:15, knowing that you have a trip back to Madison in your home. So thank you very much.
Mostly thank me because I missed the UConn women's basketball.
Yes.
They did win.
Okay. So the announcement is that the Yukon women won. So let me, so thank you, Mr. Francis. Sorry to interrupt.
That's
I didn't
okay.
want him to leave without a thank you.
That's all right.
Please, state your name and address.
Laura Bernastina, 1742 Mill Plain Road. We talked a little bit before about communication or lack thereof. Tonight was the Family Life movie for 5th graders, also known as like the puberty movie. But we did not get notification until 2:52 yesterday afternoon that there was the showing of this movie tonight for the parents. So I just wanted to say that I don't know where the disconnect was, but again, another case where the parents are not informed of what's going on in the school system. And also, today there were numerous teachers out at the high school, numerous cut classes, and I'm not really sure what the reasoning was behind that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address. Sorry to keep asking you to repeat it.
It's okay. Nancy Haberly, Duck Farm Road. I'm wondering if the consultants that we hire are held to the eval plans, like the speech language, OT, PT, the BCBAs, are they held to the same parameters as the regular staff? Will they be evaluated as our staff is? And I'm reading for Anthony Abizia, and he is a senior at Fairfield College Prep, taking Calculus 4. My academic accomplishments include an overall GPA of 4.08, an AP score of 5 in calculus, being a 2-time Trig representative from Connecticut, highest score in the state, and last year placing 9th nationally. I have been a part of the Fairfield Public School educational system for the majority of formal education planning. I have been a Tomlinson student in middle school and had the fortune of starting in 6th grade with my math class in 7th grade math program. It was a hard adjustment at first, but I quickly got used to the rigor and pace, being with the older kids in my class and feeling challenged at last. This never would have happened if my 5th grade teacher in elementary school, Mill Hill, had not stepped in. As a 5th grader, my scores did not reflect the standard necessary for 7th grade math. However, my 5th grade teacher insisted on my taking the test to my ability in class. Ironically enough, I was the only child from Mill Hill to score high enough to qualify for 7th grade math. If I had not taken the test, my life would have been different, and my full potential for math would not have been realized. I would never have received RPI medal scholarship in math and science, or been accepted to Rensselaer College, thank you, and I will attend in August. The problem that I am here to address is the fact that many of others have scored high on standardized tests than I have, yet they have been denied the ability to the advanced math class. I know personally that this math achievement may not only be affected with math course and science that I was able to take, but also that academic achievements have been accomplished. It is not fair to limit the abilities of these other students to accomplish the most that they can during their academic career, especially given that they have scored better than me on their standardized placement test. Please consider this offer. Sincerely, Anthony Abazia, I believe it is. Sorry, I have a tracking issue, so it's not easy for me to read, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And please state your name and address.
I'll get it this time. Christina Morrison, 58 North Cedar Road. I am coming before you tonight because I have been coming to these meetings since September, and I keep hearing the same theme of reoccurring budget issues that don't seem to be addressed, and I know tonight was supposed to be the self-evaluation. I'm not sure why that was put off, but I would appreciate if we could start moving forward and really addressing the issues that are at hand. You know, I appreciate all the time and energy that you put into everything you are doing, but as a taxpayer, I feel that we should be getting some of these answers that continue to linger month after month. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Hearing none, back to the board. We move the minutes to the end of the meeting, and so the next motion is approval of the March 11th, 2014 regular meeting. So the recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 11th, 2014. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Confortito seconded it. Any discussion or comments? Mr. Fattabine.
I'd like to propose a few amendments to the minutes.
Do you have them in writing that you can hand out, or are they simple one-word changes or something?
The first one's a one-word change.
Okay.
The first motion I'd like to propose is on page 4 of the minutes. Under Superintendent's Report, second paragraph, last line. The last line reads, added that closer supervision over the budget may be required. I'd like to change the word may to will. I think that...
Can I have you make that as a formal motion, and then you can argue the point? You want to amend it
We
to
can do that.
substitute the word will for the word may?
Right.
Correct.
That's
Is
the
there a
motion.
second to that amendment motion? Mrs. Lou McCormick, thank you. Now, make your argument.
All right, the argument is basically I had said several things during that comment period, one of which was that that we are in interesting, untested financial times on the board in the sense of a usually large apparent deficit, and one of which I think has to be watched closely, is one thing I said. I said also, with respect to watching the budget, so I believe we should have some steps in which we are acting in a prudent way to assure that our own budget is in order, and so forth. So I think that the essence of my comments were such that supervision over the budget will be required, and not just may be required. So that's the rationale. I think that it more accurately reflects the essence of my comments as to the urgency at which we should review the budget. So that's the rationale, so I make that proposal.
Yep. The motion is on the table. Mr. Fattabine was kind enough to share that with Mrs. Gerber so that she could check the tape. Do you have a comment to Mr. Fattabine's amendment?
Well, yeah, and I had emailed Mr. Fattabine back. I did look at the tape, and the reason why May was in there is because, and I said when I emailed Mr. Fattabine back, the quote that I looked at was, closer supervision over the budget until the next budget cycle may be required or prudent for the board to do, which what that is, I'm not certain whether it's monthly or not. So my suggestion at the time was that was why the word may was in, because Mr. Fattabine actually said may be required. So my suggestion was either to keep it as it was in the minutes, or perhaps to provide a little more context would be to simply put in that entire phrase from closer supervision to whether it's monthly or not, but still have the word may. So that was my take on it, but again, it's open to debate and discussion from the rest of the board as well.
Ms. Lou McCormick, you seconded it. Do you have a comment that you wish to make? Or were you seconding it for discussion purposes?
I would just say that since it's his quote, and it's supposed to capture the essence of what he was saying, if he's defining what his essence is, it's kind of like Dr. Seuss. If he's there to tell you what he meant, then usually that's what it means.
Yeah, I think sometimes changing the word from may to will, whether that stays with the essence or not, is beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Mr. Convertito.
We're on the March 11th,
Yes.
page 4, okay?
Second
Under
paragraph.
superintendent's report.
Yes, second paragraph.
He's not
of the
amending what he
superintendent's
said,
report.
he's amending what Dr. Title said.
No.
Mr. Dwyer stated he received assurances.
No.
No.
The second paragraph, not the third paragraph.
Mr. Fadabine agreed with Chairman Dwyer. He stated that adding an agenda item requires two-thirds vote, but added that closer supervision over the budget may be required. That is the quote as it is. It's the last sentence in the second paragraph. And so.
Okay. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly?
Having just recently had a discussion with somebody about the use of the word will, I object to the use of the word will for one reason. It implies a directive, and this board did not issue any directive to Dr. Title on that. I mean, I recall the meeting where he immediately responded that this would be done because he recognized the appropriateness of it. But there was no vote, there was no directive, and so for that reason, I object to the use of the word will.
Any further comments that people wish to make? Mr. Fadabine, do you wish to make a comment?
I made a comment. These are my comments, they're not a directive. So
But you're...
I'm
Yeah, please, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
The purpose of the minutes is to have the essence of the discussions of the board meeting. And I had read other language that was more definitive as to indicating that what may be required, or what will be required. In other words, I indicate none of this was quotes, might I add. None of this was quoting me. This was attempting to get the essence of what I meant. And I read areas where I was very definitive in my quotes, where the essence would be that closer supervision over the budget will be required. That was the essence of my comments, I believe. So my only concern is that my essence of my comments were not synthesized to an accurate portrayal, and I just wanted to amend it to what I believe the essence of my comments were. It's not a directive. It's not changing someone else's words. It's merely interpreting my words, which included, we are in interesting financial times on the board in the sense that an unusually large deficit, apparent deficit, and one of which I think has to be watched closely, implying that it's something, an act we will do or should do. So, and I also say, so I believe we should have some steps in which we are acting in a prudent way to assure that our own budget is in order, irrespective of what might or might not happen with the other town bodies. So I think the essence of that is that close supervision over the budget will be required. Okay. Not maybe required. That's the essence. Will be required.
Follow-up?
Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton.
I would also say that the essence of the discussion can only be what is said and not what was thought. You just, again, used the word should 3 times. This is not will. It is not a directive. I disagree, but that's my vote.
That's one vote. Mr. Patton.
That was actually, I wanted to ask a point of clarification to Mr. Fadabine, through the chair to Mr. Fadabine, is that in your motion you used the word will, but in your discussion, again, several times you've used the word should. I would accept should, but will doesn't make any sense.
Any other final comments that board members wish to make? Mr. Llewellyn.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we're mincing words here. I mean, if Mr. Fadabine says this is the essence of what it is, I do not know why we're wordsmithing it. You should accept his change, and we should move on as opposed to debating this.
If there are no further comments, Mr. Convertito?
The reason we're debating it is because when you say something at one meeting, and you want to correct it at another meeting, you make a statement saying, I'd like to correct what I said at the other meeting. You don't change what you said or what you didn't say. You say, for the record, I would just like to say, this is what I meant to say, and the minutes don't record it in the last meeting, and you go on the record and you do that. You don't try and change what you said.
I agree with you, except it's essence, not quotes.
Mr. Llewellyn. So, if there are no further comments, we'll act on the amendment, which is to change the word may to will. Is there any question? Everybody understands what the amendment is? These are minutes. I don't go to the public by past practice. I accept Mr. Fadabine's commentary from the last meeting, but until the board changes what we've had as past practice, then I'll continue with that past practice. So, all in favor of the amendment as presented, that it change the word may to will, raise your hand. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Fattabine, Mr. Llewellyn, all opposed. Mr. Confortito, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mrs. Maxon Pinelli, Mr. Patton. We're back to the main motion. Is there any, you said you had a second issue?
I have two other amendments that I, just for the information, I did give Mrs. Gerber my suggestion amendments to the minutes. She did not want to put those in the minutes at the time.
Could you?
She did not put those minutes in.
Could you please put a motion on the table?
I'll put a motion on the table. The motion is to amend the minutes on page 6. The second paragraph.
Of which section of the page?
Page 6, second paragraph.
Okay.
The top of the page. Approval of minutes of January 14th, 2014. The second paragraph reads, Mr. Fattabine stated that Fair TV did not record the votes for the meeting to adjourn, and the bylaws did not prevent meetings from being re-extended. I wanted to amend those minutes to more accurately reflect what I had said based on looking at the transcripts of the, or at least the transcripts, but the Fair TV. And so I want to amend that by stating that Mr. Fattabine stated that Fair TV did not record the votes for the meeting to adjourn, comma, and the board, and the underlying Board of Education begin bylaws add Article 5 in Roman numerals, Section 1, numerical, require meetings to adjourn at 11 p.m. unless there is a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules, and do not, again adding, require a specific time or, continuing on, prevent meetings from being further extended. So I think that that is not only the essence, but nearly verbatim of what I had said. And I think that conveys the essence of my comments more precisely in a very short way than what was written in the minutes.
Mr. Fattabine, I wonder if you might...
I want to further amend.
Well, no, well, can I make
Go
one
ahead.
comment on that particular amendment? Do you want to further amend that sentence, or is that a different area?
I want to add a paragraph at the same location because I had some additional comments that were not included in the minutes.
Mr. Confortito made a suggestion that perhaps the way to handle it might be to make that statement at this meeting so that it could be captured in the minutes, and that might be a more efficient way of doing it. I don't know whether you want to
Well, I made this statement in the
approach that.
last meeting. It wasn't
I'm
captured in the
just asking
minutes.
if you want to use that option or not.
Well, I think that the meeting should be, my only effort is to make the minutes accurate.
Fair enough.
And the essence of the discussions for
So-
certain
okay,
items.
So
And
you
I
have
think
an
that's-
additional sentence to the one that you read that would be part of
Right,
this
there wa-
paragraph.
There was also part of my comments that were not included in the minutes, which I think are important comments to be included. And that relates to one of our last, what just occurred tonight with practice. So I would include another paragraph immediately following, which is all can be part of the same amendment. Mr. Fattabine additionally commented that public comment should be taken after an agenda item, comma, as proposed or amended, comma, that the board has discussed and will be acting upon the vote according to Section 6 of our bylaws, comma, even if an operational motion. So that was some of our debate we had discussion, and even tonight was indicated as what was past practice and what is acceptable, not acceptable. I just commented on what our bylaws require, and think it was certainly important to put that in the minutes. Now, I looked at the Fair TV, and if anyone wants to check on hour 3, minute 107, those are in essence nearly my verbatim comments. So I think it's important that the minutes reflect that, especially because what our bylaws say and what my comments were with respect to our bylaws and how we conduct our meetings. I think that's an important aspect to put in the minutes. So that's the essence of my comments, and one in which I would like to amend the minutes to record.
Mr. Llewellyn, you've kind of made argument along with the motion. Do you have anything further that you wish to add that you haven't already added for your motion?
No.
Okay, Mr. Llewellyn, well, no. out of courtesy to the secretary, Mrs. Gerber, relative to that part of the conversation you
Yeah,
had.
well, I did just want to clarify. I do have this email in front of me where I did reply to Mr. Fattabine, and I did say for his second suggestion, I said, I know this is what you said. I'm just not sure if we want to or need to put that much detail in. But if we want to leave it up to the board, that is fine by me. So I don't take that to mean that I said, no, we're not going to do it, because at the end of the day, the board votes on these minutes. So I was certainly not trying to quash Mr. Fattabine's proposed amendment. I was simply saying my personal opinion is that's more detail. But again, it is up to the majority of the board to decide that. So I don't want anyone to feel that I am trying to silence anyone. I want it to be the board's decision. That was just my personal decision. And I also just wanted to say, just as a point of clarity, I'm a little confused because in the first amendment, I looked up the exact verbatim quote from Mr. Fattabine, but apparently I didn't get it right because even though it was the verbatim word, may as opposed to will, I didn't reflect the essence. Now here, this is the exact verbatim. So I'm a little confused moving forward as how exactly I'm supposed to discern when I need to do essence, when I need to do verbatim, or if I do have to do a combination of the two. So it just makes things a little difficult, and that is perhaps why we continue to have these endless debates about the minutes. So, thank you.
Mr. Llewellyn, you seconded the amendment. Any comments that you wish to make? Okay. Any other comments that board members wish to make on the amendment? Which essentially is Mr. Fattabine wishes to, yes, but to clarify the amendment, which is essentially that Mr. Fattabine's comments about his reading of the bylaws relative to extending a meeting more than once, and whether by bylaw we are not required to go to the public for every vote, is essentially what he is asking to be added to the minutes. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Fattabine? My kind of summary so that the board understood what we're talking about?
Yes.
You've got the exact words, but yeah, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
I think it is vital, and this actually speaks to Mrs. Gerber's point, and I spoke to this point, I can't remember if it was in January, where we had a motion brought by Ms. Lou McCormick regarding the words of a former board member, and I said then, I say now, and it speaks to Mrs. Gerber's point, it's vital that we are consistent, and at that meeting, I voted against the idea of trying to put in verbatim only one person's quote and not doing it throughout. And if we're not going to do that for every time somebody speaks, I don't think it is appropriate here. Perhaps if what had been offered here was a far more succinct summary to capture that essence, but to me, this captures it. Again, Mr. Fattabine raised good points when he said that at that prior meeting, but I am, until this board takes a stance that we're going to put the full transcript in, we are not, then I would not support the inconsistent application of when we put quotes in.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Are we ready for a vote? Okay, does the board understand the amendment as Mr. Fattabine presented it?
Read it again?
Huh? Well, first let me see if people people understand it, or do you want them to read it again?
I think we understand it.
You understand it? Okay. Okay. Understand it? And I'm sure you understand it, because it's your motion. Okay, all in favor of the amendment as presented by Mr. Fattabine, raise your hand. Mrs. Lou McCormick? Mr. Fattabine? Mr. Llewellyn? All opposed? Mr. Convertito, Ms. Carnell, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton. So we are back to the main motion of approving the minutes. Any further discussion or amendments to the minutes? Not seeing any. I will ask for the vote that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 11th, 2014. All in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Convertito, Ms. Carnell, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Ms. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton, all opposed. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Mr. Fattabine, Mr. Llewellyn, they're approved 6-3. The last item of business is the approval of the minutes for the special meeting of the next week, that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the special meeting of March 18th, 2004. Do I have a motion? Mr. Convertito, seconded by Mrs. Gerber. Comments on the special meeting minutes? Comments on the special meeting minutes? Yes.
I have a general comment. I am slowly, because of our difference in opinion on how we approach minutes, I find that I am probably going to, on a general basis, fundamentally not agree with the minutes because they don't consistently reflect the essence as I would see them. And therefore, I don't want to shock anybody, but I may not be approving, or I may be abstaining or saying no because I don't necessarily agree with the inconsistency of how we approach the minutes, and that we don't necessarily reflect the essence of the person's comments when they in fact try to define them for us. I just have a fundamental issue with that. It shouldn't be that hard. If somebody tells us this is what they meant and it's what they said, I think we should try to believe them as opposed to arguing with them that it's not what they meant. You don't know what you're saying. And so on that basis, I just have to say that I'm going to generally have a problem with the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Final comments? If none, all in favor of the Board of Education approve the minutes of the special meeting of March 18th, 2014, raise your hand, please, in affirmative. Mr. Convertito, Ms. Carnell, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Fattabine. Are you raising your hand? Okay, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly and Mr. Patton, all opposed? All opposed? Abstentions? Or do you wish? You're abstaining because you weren't in attendance? And you're abstaining, so 2 abstentions. Yes. 8-0 and 2. 7-0-2, yes. Adjournment. That this regular meeting of the Board of Education adjourned. Do I have a motion? Ms. Carnell? Do I have a second?
I do read
Huh? Oh, no, we're not ready to adjourn. I'm sorry, open board comment. Let me say a couple of things, and if anybody else wishes to. John, please do get suggested language for the way you wish the financial reporting to occur to the policy committee. Send it to Jennifer so that she can get it on the agenda and talk about it at some point whenever the policy committee is moving their agenda. Second, I have not received word from board members. One of the struggles I have is that when we ask for goals and we don't get anything from anybody, and we ask for, are you available on these dates, and I call up Meg and she says, well, I haven't heard from, so it's hard to set a date. The last 2 dates that are available for the bylaws discussion as per the memo back in February is the 29th and 30th of this month. I have to encourage you to reply to Meg Brown as to whether you can make one of those dates, because we need to start. If we believe this is important, we need to treat it seriously enough to say, I'm picking a time. On the goals, Mrs. Lou McCormick and Mr. Llewellyn submitted a joint set of goals, which together with the ones that have come in, also we have 12 on the table. So I will say that for those 3 board members who have not submitted any goals, this Friday is the deadline. If I don't get any, I've got enough now. In the original deadline of March 18th, I only had from 2 board members. And I didn't think I could come to this board and says, you're out of luck, none of you responded, we're only going to talk about this. So, but this Friday, once I have 6 board members, I think I have, in 12 goals, I think I have enough so that for the 3 who have not yet submitted suggestions, Friday is the deadline. Meg will put together the kind of tally sheet that we did the last time around and send it out to board members so they can rate and rank the individual goals. And when we get those responses back, it'll be on a May agenda for us to discuss and set the goals. Last comment is Dr. Title has, I'll say, calling hours. I won't try and modify a term. Calling hours at his home Wednesday night and Thursday night, 5 to 8. In my conversation with him, I think he'd appreciate the board members and others to come by and say something to his family and share it. So feel free to do so. The notice on it is in the paper in terms of address and whatnot, but if you get confused, call Meg and she'll help you out. Other comments from open board comment? Mr. Fatterby.
I just want to ask the chair if he can propose more than 2 days, the 29th and 30th, for the bylaws.
I can, but then I have to, those were the only, I had
I know, those
six,
are the
I had
last dates
6
available.
dates, and those are the last 2, but I
Right.
could certainly look at dates in May.
Right.
I
Since
could
we
do
have
that.
not yet met yet, and there's only
Yeah.
2 days
I
now,
could-
that may be difficult to have everyone meet
Okay.
on those 2 days. Maybe if we can get some additional
Okay.
days suggested.
I'll send out a new email message, and I'll add some days in May.
And my other query is that whether or not our Board of Education bylaws, they were handed out on December 10th, 2013, with the amendments that we passed back in November, is the only copy of the amended bylaws and not a updated copy, because the copy of the amended bylaws of December 10th, 2013 that was handed out did not include all the amendments we made on a November meeting, and I just could not find the updated, corrected, amended bylaws. So-
I can check with Meg. You asked me that question in advance. Thank you
I
for
just
doing
wanna
so.
make sure that- yeah.
I'll check with Meg. And we'll check the record. I believe we made 2 amendments, that the
Right.
3rd amendment got deferred for the regular, for when we were going to meet.
Again.
And so I'll check to see if both amendments, and if Meg
Right.
believes that she made them, she'll show you where, and if you disagree, let us know.
Or the date
Because
that
we
was
did-
sent out,
We did
yeah.
make the 2 amendments.
Yeah, no, I found the ones on December 10th that were given out.
Yeah.
That didn't include it.
Yeah, no, first we'll check for the accuracy, and then, as part of the bylaw package, the one that you got back in December, that I'm assuming you've all held next to your nightstand, that my intent is, once we set a date, and we know what that date is, Meg will send out an entirely new package, so that you have the agenda and you have all the bylaw suggestions.
That's not my concern. I want to know.
No, but that will include
Well, I want
the
to know
updated
what
bylaw.
bylaws are in existence now.
Yeah,
were represented to be the ones handed out December 10th. They were supposed to incorporate the amendments made in November. So my query is, the bylaws we're operating under today, do we have a copy that's accurate with the amendments passed in November? And if they exist, we should all have a copy so we know what we're operating with today.
Yeah.
How they change in the future and how they're amended in the future with our meeting and get re-updated is a continual process. That's not my question.
And my statement was, it was my understanding that the updated bylaws from the November meeting were handed out at the December meeting, and were therefore, quote, Mr. Fatima, excuse me, were therefore accurate. But if you think that they were not, we'll check the record, and Meg Brown will be in touch with you to confirm whether they are correct or not, and if not, we'll correct them and hand them out with the...
All right, so what you're saying is your belief is the December 10, 2013 handout is accurate, and there are no...
It's my understanding. I
All right,
honestly
I'm
can't
telling-
say
all
that
right,
I...
I'm saying they're wrong, but
Yeah,
we'll
and we'll check
debate
that out.
that.
Yeah,
But
we'll
I just
check
wanted
that
to,
out.
I wanted to make sure there were no other subsequent ones given
No.
out that corrected that, what I believe to be an
No.
error in the December 10th
Yeah.
one.
No, there have not been.
All right, that was
Yep.
just,
Yeah, we'll
I'll-
make sure that they're accurate to the record.
I'll let you know why and
Yeah.
the basis of my belief.
Sure. Any other open board comment? Yeah, please, Mrs.
I have one more
Lubenbaum.
question. When is the board self-evaluation supposed to occur?
On the agenda, you'll see that it's set for April 22nd. You know, this is what was set back in whenever.
I just want to reconfirm.
Yes.
Because we've had a lot of changes on what's on the agenda and what's not.
The time frame, Meg picks up our normal starting time, but our self-evaluation has started at 6 p.m. So the time frame for the start, the date is correct, the notice is correct, the time frame needs to be set at 6 p.m. And we give you, and Ms. Carnell, at that meeting, I do give you sandwiches.
And one more for clarification. In preparation for that meeting, are there deadlines? Are you looking for us to submit anything in advance of that meeting, and when would that submission be required?
Again, on the February memo, I included a paragraph that said, if you have ideas on items that we should discuss at the self-evaluation meeting, please get them to me. As Mr. Fatabeen knows, the consultant that we're bringing in as the facilitator, we're meeting with him the 14th.
A subset, you and I.
Yeah, just you and I, to let him know what subjects the board would like to talk about. So how about
Oh, I'm
this?
sorry, so this is
Come
on the
April 13th, if you have comments that you wish to make, get them to me by April 13th so that the next day we can share them with the facilitator.
And these are topics to assess ourselves.
Yes. Now, we have to be careful that the self-evaluation meeting has to comply with the executive session requirements. So some of you may suggest topics to talk about that can only be talked about in public session. So make the whatever suggestions you want, make them. And if we can't talk about it because it's not appropriate for executive session, we'll let you know. Any other final comments from the board? If not now, the motion to adjourn, Ms. Carnell. Mr. Patton, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. It's unanimous, 8-0. Thank you very much. This is this.